As we open up today's session, not in the usual place, but in an unfamiliar place, as Lieutenant Vogel found herself on the bridge in the center chair and then suddenly in what appears to be some sort of red forest.
The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take in the scenery, and then I'm going to see if I have any personal effects on me.
The only thing you seem to be wearing is your clothes.
Do I see anything of note in the landscape?
Um, the grass seems to be more of a dead variety brown. All the bushes and trees are red. They seem to be glowing, almost like a crystal-like structure formation.
So I'm going to say to myself, kind of out loud, "Where am I?" And then give the obligatory hello. Loud hello.
Your words fall unanswered, but off in the distance, you see what appears a shadow-like figure walking this way.
Walking towards me?
Walking away from you.
Oh, I'm going to follow then.
I don't know if you can see the pink because
Yeah, I can. I'm going to walk toward it. And when I approach this tree, I'm going to approach cautiously.
It seems to glow and shake as you walk past it.
The tree does?
Yeah.
I'll take note of that, and again, toward this direction, I'll say, "Hello, is anyone there?"
Again, it falls on dead silence, but you see a shadow-like figure head towards a cave.
And I will head towards the cave.
And each time as you pass the bushes and the trees, they all kind of shake away from you.
And again, I'll say to myself, "What's going on?" As you know, I probably stop at one of the trees to study it a little bit. But, eventually I'll still make my way toward the cave.
The trees almost as bend as they're trying to bend away from you, almost as they're in a state of fear.
Yep, again, I'll just have thoughts to myself, like, what is this place? What's going on? Where am I? How did I get here? That type of stuff. Um, Still taking mental notes of the scenery around me, and still head toward the cave.
As you head towards the cave, you can see small crystals peer through the rock, sort of glistening in the red sun.
And you said that was by the cave?
They're line the walls along and by the cave. They go
So like the cave's not dark, but it's like redded in color from the crystals.
in. It is dark inside, but the crystals do seem to glow and give off a red hue. As you look like up towards the sky, though, because it is still daylight, you can tell that the sun has got a more of a red hue to it.
How much can I kind of gauge how much light, quote unquote, there might be left before it might go turn this version of night?
Inside science difficulty 2.
I don't think I have anything for a focus, so I'll give you a threat. How do I roll again? There we go.
Well, you made it. There's a complication.
And nothing I can do about that.
Well, you're not gonna get a good sense of how long daylight will last. You can tell that the sun is that of a red dwarf variety, um, given its proximity maybe to the actual star itself. You may have a few to several hours left.
As a free question for my position, um, do I recognize um, the sun or any of the constellations? Or I wouldn't see that, but do I potentially recognize the sun
Uh,
from star charts?
you don't. I mean, it's kind of typical.
Yeah, that was a long shot. Worth a try. I'll take note of how much daylight I have left, and I'll head toward the cave entrance and basically just yell down it, "Hello, is anyone in there?"
You get as you approach the cave, you get a feeling of a cold gush of wind blow past you. Still, no answers to your call.
I'll say to myself, "Think the answers I seek might be in there," and I'll let out a sigh and enter the cave.
You enter the cave as the passageway narrows a bit. Um, the light is, while it's dim, you can still see somewhat ahead of you as the crystals kind of illuminate the cave.
I'll slowly move forward. I'm trying to listen for any noises, sounds.
You hear the sound of a faint, distant sound of what sounds like a small tick or beep off in the distance.
I'm gonna try to follow that noise and try to move closer to it.
Uh, Insight con difficulty. The direction of the sound seems to be coming straight ahead.
Then straight I will go. If that's a walkway, of course, or a passageway. I'll get to that intersection and try to listen for the noise again, and if it's still coming from the same direction, I'll keep going that way.
I'll give it to you.
When I get to this intersection, I'll listen again.
Uh, Difficulty 1, Insight, Con. It's definitely seems like it was echoing a little bit.
Getting closer,
Yes, it is definitely getting closer.
and I'll continue toward the noise. What do I see?
You see what appears to be metallic cargo boxes.
I'm gonna first try to see if I can see any like force fields or anything around them,
You don't really see anything.
and I'll go up to inspect them.
Insight. What are you looking for in terms of your inspection?
Um, like any identifying marks, symbols, anything I could read.
One is kind of noticeable. It almost looks like a Starfleet symbol, yet it's wrapped with other configuration.
Is the ticking coming from any one of these containers?
Appears to be heading more that way. You wish to study the symbol more in depthly?
I'll try to interpret it, sure.
Insight, con, or security difficulty 2.
Take a threat.
It took you a moment, but you recognize the actual symbol belonging to the tripolity.
I'll just kind of close my eyes and kind of think to myself, them again. I won't touch the cargo, but I'll continue to follow the click.
As it gets louder and louder,
Is that a bridge?
no. So, as you walk through a tunnel, it appears that this is stonework, either carved out of the actual cave itself, um, or fashioned in some other manner.
Huh.
It definitely
I,
appears to be man-made. It's obvious, and it doesn't look natural because it's very square and
yeah. In another place and time, I would stay by to try to study this, but on I go.
You enter the room and appear. You see all sorts of medical equipment. You see two crystals sitting on a bench in front of you. A computer terminal as well as other terminals. Appears to be a transporter pad of some sorts in one corner, and an Orion woman currently standing there working away at a console, paying no attention to you.
Do I see anything in the room from where I'm at that could potentially be used for a defensive weapon? Like something I could pick up just in case.
There is a disruptor pistol on the desk.
Looking to the Orion woman, is she armed?
She does not appear. She seems to be working away at the console. In fact, she kind of walks over, sliding in, looking up an apparatus as she lifts this heavy thing, and it appears there's a individual inside the container. She begins uh, injecting him with something, closing the lid and walking back to her console.
I'm gonna try to stealthily get to the pistol.
Uh, Roll control security difficulty 2.
Take a threat.
Gain a momentum.
And if I'm able, I'll take the pistol and just kind of holster it.
You attempt to grab the pistol, but it seems that you're unable to move it. You can feel it, but you can't pull it away.
Hmm. Is it almost like I ghost through it?
You can interact with it. Well, you interact in the sense like you can feel it, touch it, but it's almost like is when you grab a hold of it, it won't budge. She continues to type and work away at the
Is
console.
she facing me?
She is.
Hmm. Well, that's a little game changer. I'm gonna move this console and see what info is displayed on it.
All right. Insight science or medicine, difficulty of 2.
All right, I'll use the momentum for a third dice here. I don't think computers would work here.
Xenobiology.
Closest I got is botany. Don't think that would work.
No. Gain the momentum back. It would appear that displayed on the screen is a essentially a readout of the subject that is currently within the pod. Appears to be tracking some sort of substance that is currently with inside the what's known as subject 102.
Do I recognize what the substance is?
for your free question, it appears to be similar. You recognize it to the Zozek crystals in a more liquid form.
And because I'm probably confused on my crystals, was that the one I?
Yes,
Okay,
it's not the Coquette, it's the Zozek.
okay. Does it look like um, they're trying to infuse this person with the crystal,
Uh,
like forcefully
yes,
merge them or whatever?
it does. And as you're studying the console, you hear violent screams coming from the pod as she rushes over to it, and a bright glow comes from the pod as then she taps frantically at the console and hits the exterminate button. And with that, we're going to go into sick bay. Oh, you're not there. I knew I was forgetting something. So yes, Sarissa, you just, with help with the medical teams, dropped off Vogel into sick bay as Dr. Desmond is frantically trying to study and figure out what is going on with Lieutenant Vogel.
Fantastic. Uh, I can tell her what happened, but stay out of her way because I don't know. Well, I know very basically what I'm doing with medical stuff, but she knows way more than me, and anything I do to help is probably just getting in the way.
Lieutenant, what happened?
As she went to accept a gas case with an unknown crystal in it, and she touched the case, and then this. That is it. I still don't know what's in the case, other than it is crystal. That was what Vogel was going to find out.
Where is this case?
Probably has it. Just lift up the case. Like,
She
he
immediately
didn't
goes
want to.
over, takes it from you, and puts it into a quarantined.
There's probably the mild flinch when Desmond touches it, like, "Yeah, are you about to fall over? Oh, good, you didn't."
Lieutenant, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to remain here for the time being to figure out what's going on.
Understood. Right. I'll let the captain know so that he, yeah, Lieutenant Zoresa to Captain Atherton.
Captain here, go ahead.
Um, Lieutenant Vogel is presently in a coma, and I believe I am now under quarantine. Just kind of look at Desmond and be like, that's the right term for this, right? Or at least medical orders to stay in the med bay.
Where are you?
The med bay.
Of the Tenshi?
Yes. Sorry, yes, about Tenshi still.
Oh, okay. Are you hurt? Is she okay?
I'm fine as far as I know. She touched the box with the crystal and is now unconscious. I don't know more than that. We're figuring it out, but I figured to inform you that neither of us are on the bridge anymore and are presently indisposed.
Very well. Who's the attending doctor?
Desmond, Dr. Desmond.
Very well, Lieutenant. Thank you for informing me. I'll fill in your shifts and we'll figure out what's going on here.
Understood, sir. That's all I had.
Captain to Dr. Desmond.
Yes, Captain. I'm currently trying to figure out if there's a pathogen at play here.
Do we need ship-wide quarantine at this point? We're still connected up with the starbases.
I'm just going to do a preliminary scan. If I don't find any pathogens, I won't see anything for cause to alarm. But it right now it's just discovery mode. But for now, I would recommend minimizing the crew traffic, in and out of the ship.
Very well. I'll have the advisory put out, and I'll have you be the one that can pull the trigger on whether it gets lifted or not. Get back to me as soon as you have results, Doctor. Captain out.
Understood. And she starts scanning you, so don't see any pathogens. Nothing airborne. What did you say was in the box, the container?
Crystal. I got readings from it. I'm just. Yes, I can tell it's a crystal, but not much else than that. It's an alien composition. Yes.
A crystal.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
That's not normally a reaction I hear to crystal. Normally it's like, oh, pretty.
And she starts scanning Vogel. If someone wants to roll for Dr. Desmond, it'd be a reason plus medicine difficulty 2.
Two fly. Reason medicine, you say? Virology or xenobiology focus?
Xenobiology or biology for focus would be appropriate.
Spending momentum to fire cautious to buy up a die. The rest doesn't apply here, so don't worry about it. Ship help?
Yeah, sensors plus medicine.
Sensor medicine.
So far, 4 momentum gain. Well, that's a relief. No ship-wide quarantine is needed, but she seems fine physically, yet her brainwave activity, she should be awake, yet she's in a REM state as well. I'm going to need to do more in-depth scans on her, Lieutenant, but you're free to go. Dr. Desmond to Captain Athaton.
Captain here, go ahead.
Captain, I don't believe this is a work of any pathogen, but it appears that whatever crystal is in this container had an effect on Vogel, as to why I am unsure at this time. Possibly has to do with some of her running in the past with her medical history, but I will get to the bottom of this for you, sir.
Very well. If you need any resource from Starbase or anything anything to that degree, feel free to contact their facilities. And as for this crystal, has it been put into a special containment, given that it had a reaction to anybody aboard?
I have it in the one of the here in sick bay, the medical containment field currently. So it is
Very well.
isolated.
Is Lieutenant Sarissa still clear for duty? Or is she cleared for duty, I should say?
Yes, she is cleared for duty, sir.
Thank you. I want you and the lieutenant to, actually, two things. One, I want that crystal to be guarded at all times, and only by your authority or mine for it to be released. Secondly, I wish to query if our prisoner has been transported off the ship yet.
She is still in her stasis pod here in sick bay.
Okay, I want her arrangements for her to be transferred to Starfleet Security as soon as possible.
Understood, Captain.
Captain out.
As
Well.
Dr. Desmond goes to work, on Vogel and also in the stasis pod, begin to experience elevated heart rates, which is unusual considering she's in a stasis pod. She should be relatively calm. Appears that Vogel has started to have some sort of seizure. I need a control plus medicine difficulty of 1 to stabilize her.
Control medicine. Emergency medicine focus?
Yes.
Difficulty again?
1.
One? Yeah, I'll grab a momentum just out of
It's like-
caution.
I will help you if you need it, but I really don't think you do. I've got a medicine of 2.
She'll have it in hand.
I figured with the diff 1 you've got it in hand, but anything other than that, sure, I can try.
Yeah.
As she stabilizes Vogel and her patterns return to somewhat normal, over at the chamber with Ferengi, the display readout of her patterns begin to normalize.
Okay, so you see, I'm not a doctor, but I recognize patterns, and that's not one that's supposed to exist.
No, it is not, Lieutenant. I think I'm gonna have to wait for that Starbase security call. You please notify the captain of the situation. I need to run tests.
Okay, let me get security team outside the doors here first. So, organized. Where am I put it? I guess outside this door would be the smart choice. Just so they're not blocking everything else. Security here. That was also a captain instruction, and before I talk to him, I should have that done.
I'm assuming you're using your superpower, right?
I mean, yeah, if I can just use my superpower. I mean, I'm in the same area. That makes sense. Yeah, and then Sarissa to Captain Otatin.
Captain here, go ahead.
So we just had an unusual experience. Both our prisoner and Lieutenant Vogel experienced elevated heart rates, and, it seemed like a linked event. When Vogel was treated, the Orion also calmed down. Which the fact she was in stasis and it happened is concerning, but also that they're apparently linked in some manner now. But Vogel didn't touch anything more than I did. I handled the container and she barely touched the thing before collapsing.
All right, Lieutenant, I want you to work with station security and have the Ferengi brought in for questioning. They were the ones who handed it off to us, so they have more information about that crystal.
Yes, sir.
And I want it explicitly clear to the doctor that that woman does not come out of stasis without extreme security precautions put in place. She cannot be allowed to endanger the ship or the station.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Lieutenant?
That's all I have for now, sir. I believe Desmond's going to look into things as best she can. But yeah, this is a new one, I think.
Very well. Get to it then, Lieutenant. Get back to me when you have more information or any updates.
Yes, sir.
Got to know.
Just look at Desmond like, you heard that, right?
Yes. And scene change.
No, the precious momentum.
As you and the first officer are both kind of standing there, having this conversation in the docking ring, as you just seed off, had watched your former chief engineer depart the Tenshi. Another Starfleet officer approaches the docking hatch.
I do have a question. Is Elthatan's hair actually that long?
Yep. It's a mane, as it were.
Okay. Well then, she'll walk up to Commander Salon and hand out a pad. Say, "It's nice to meet you, Commander. I'm Lieutenant Farron. I was just about to try to find Captain Elthatan to report in."
That is fortunate, Lieutenant. This is Captain Elthatan.
She will look for a second, kind of surprised, trying to find your rank, and then, I guess, eventually spotting it, saying, "Oh, sorry, Captain."
It's all right. And you are? Sorry?
Lieutenant Laren Farron.
He holds out his hand to the pad that was handed to Solon.
And Swan hands it over.
Let's see. And how can I help you, Lieutenant?
I'm your new chief engineer, sir.
It would appear you are. Oh, credit to the Admiralty to make sure I get a replacement quickly, or to you. Or I should give that credit to you, Commander. I'm not entirely sure yet. Or your eagerness, Lieutenant.
I did express to Starfleet the urgency of our need to replace our engineer.
I think, like all good things, it's a team effort.
All right. Well, normally, Lieutenant, I have an intake interview with any new officers, especially senior officers that come aboard. But at the present, I have a minor issue in medbay and a security issue that may be coming up. So we might have to have you join us as the ship is in motion, as it were. Although it's at station. To that end, I want you and the commander to make sure the ship is ready to move if necessary away from station, and to contact Lieutenant Sarissa, our chief of security, and Dr. Desmond regarding an ongoing incident that is going aboard ship. Otherwise, welcome aboard. I have an admiral to make apologies to, or a captain. I'm not sure who's in command today. And he hands the pad back to Solon.
I will wait for the commander to start walking back to the ship.
Oh, Commander, make sure to, once we get a breath of air, we'll schedule a meeting between myself and the lieutenant here. But after we figure out what the heck's going on.
Yes, Captain. Lieutenant, with me. Solon will lead the new lieutenant on board and proceed to the engine room to introduce her to her new staff.
But do we know what the nature of the emergency is, Commander?
It is unclear at this time. We have an officer who was injured by a gift from a Ferengi.
Oh, well, that happens 2 or 3 times every port call. I wonder what could make it so bad this time.
The officer in question is currently in a coma, and we have a difficult prisoner that may be active again.
I'm sorry, can you say that first part again?
We have a difficult prisoner on board, and the officer in question is currently in a coma.
Do you need me to head to the brig to make sure all of our systems are working correctly?
Repairs are currently underway after the last time this prisoner escaped. Right now, we're holding the prisoner in stasis. The prisoner involved, an Orion woman, apparently has some measure of psionic and telekinetic ability of some strength. The captain felt it was prudent to keep the prisoner in stasis.
Very well then, Commander, I guess we should get to engineering.
Lieutenant, I have not had an opportunity to review your personnel file yet. Is this your first section command?
Yes. In a official capacity.
Interesting. Tell me of your training, Lieutenant.
That's exactly where I'm coming from. I've just completed officer candidacy training on Earth, and I'm coming here to join y'all now.
I see. And prior to Starfleet Academy,
Training or service?
I'm interested in the experience that makes you qualified to be a chief engineer.
I ran the engine room of a Galaxy, although it was still under the command of a lieutenant commander. I managed most of the day-to-day.
Well, the Galaxy class ships are nice vessels. How familiar are you with Nova class vessels?
I've never served on one, but Starfleet's pretty good about having similar systems across all ships, and if you put a Galaxy class on a drawing board and cut a couple of unimportant parts off, you practically have a nebula. So I think it won't be that big of a difference.
Indeed. Well, once we get to engineering, Salon will get the attention of the crew working in engineering. They tell the staff engineering we have Starfleet has assigned. This is Lieutenant Lauren Ferengi. She has been recently assigned to the Tenshi as the new chief engineer. I expect that you will give her the same support as you did your former chief of engineering. Lieutenant, your engine room awaits.
I'll just say thank you, Commander. I think that's enough of that. If I can get level 5 diagnostics on all key systems, I think we can get the captain's request handled.
Excellent. Let me know if you need any assistance, material, or resources. You may check our brig systems and see if there are other ways to, what's the human expression, beef up our brig systems to hold a strong telepath and telekinetic.
We'll look into it, sir.
Very well. I leave you to your duties, Lieutenant, and Salon will get back on the turbo lift and go back to the bridge, or go to the bridge.
Greetings, Lieutenant. I am Lieutenant Thrall. Welcome aboard.
Nice to meet you, Troll.
I would like to inform you that we do have in our shuttle bay a Ferengi shuttlecraft that we return to the party individuals who owned it. We repaired it for them after a recent rescue mission, from my understanding.
Is there anything pending in that matter?
Currently, no.
Then, Lieutenant, if you'd write up a report, I'll sign it and send it to the captain.
Very well. Walks off.
And yeah, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna ask you if there's anything you'd like to do before I cut away back to the captain.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure we're ready to move.
Reason plus engineering difficulty 1 for the diagnostics of the systems.
All right. Is Fori the newest engineer?
He's the lowest ranking one. Turo is actually the newest in the roster. At least
Okay.
I've already been with the ship longer.
Okay. Troll's doing something else. So then I'm gonna activate Fori. The character's built towards helping supporting characters get better. So we're gonna try to do that during the episodes. Make sure at least an engineer gets upgraded every episode.
It's not a bad idea.
In fact, they have a focus and I don't. What's his engineering?
4.
I need to double check something and then I'll be ready to roll. All right, gonna spin a momentum, and he'll get my 5 in engineering. He doesn't need any of my focuses. Would you give me a focus in computers, Jim?
For the diagnostic,
Yeah.
this is for shipwide, so this would be more like maintenance oriented stuff.
Say that again.
This would be more like maintenance.
Okay. We're pretty low on momentum, so go ahead and take a threat. I'll roll without a focus. And then Fiore can roll. Or Vittori. Yeah, Vori.
Uh, 3 momentum gained. All ship systems are functioning at optimal range, within optimal range.
All right. I'm going to... I'm not going to call up to the bridge. I'm just going to send a notification to the bridge that all systems are green. And then I'm gonna head to the name's escaping me. The place where we put all the bad people and then they escape.
Brig.
The brig. I'm gonna go to the brig. And I'll take Viore with me.
Okay.
Oh, I had to spend a momentum for him to get that, so
Yeah, I already
sure
took
you.
it.
Okay.
You should be at 2. You gain 3 momentum. So
Oh, yep. So
Should be it. Yeah.
you're heading to the brig.
where dreams come true.
While you're heading there, checking with the captain here, you head towards station operations. You walk in, you find it's fairly routine, nothing out of the ordinary.
I'll look around for the operations officer, or the captain, or the commanding officer if they're present.
Captain Athaton, what can I do for you?
What's this person's rank?
Commander.
Commander. May I have a word with you in your office briefly?
Certainly. And he kind of nods to the lieutenant to take over. You follow him into his office.
Commander, I have a growing situation aboard my ship. It appears I had sent ahead that we were bringing along a prisoner with a special sonic ability and was going to transfer them over to you. However, it would seem that they are connected to one of my officers who is now in some sort of medical distress. I have my crew working on it now, but we believe that it has some connection with an unknown, otherwise unidentified crystal that was in the possession of 2 Ferengi who just came aboard along with the Tenshi. I would like your cooperation with my crew to detain these Ferengi for interrogation and any assistance you can provide my crew in resolving the situation.
Of course. Any security scans, what they look like, as well as their names. I will have station security be on the lookout for them and try to apprehend them for questioning.
Chief of Security contact is Lieutenant Sarissa, and of course the Commander Solon will be fielding most of the bridge operations.
Do you think this is going to delay the departure of Admiral Nea?
I would inform her of the situation, and she can make her own determination. I don't know if the station is at risk. If I believe that the anything aboard the Tenshi, if it's safer for the station for the Tenshi to disembark, then I'm already had my engineers working to make sure our ship's ready to move out as soon as possible. To that end, I'd also recommend make sure we have a emergency vector away from the station, just a clear lane for us to get away from you if we have to run for it. But for now, it's better for us to be connected so we can save on power reserves and work together smoothly.
Agreed. I'll have A2 lane cleared for your departure. I'll keep all other outgoing traffic to a minimum for now.
Tending doctor he grabs a pad, starts typing out. As he starts typing out the names, not expecting this guy to just memorize everything. Let's see. Dr. Maria Desmond's the attending doctor. The patient is one Lieutenant Sarah Vogel.
Understood. let us know if we can do anything else for you, Captain. And I'll notify the admiral that we'll delay her departure a little bit for safety matters.
Very well. For the time being, I would like to be my ship's liaison to your station and take up and ask you one of your stations in operations to help coordinate operations between the Tenshi and the station. I know you have a very busy bit of space around you, and I don't need to add an extra weight to your operations officer or yourself, for that matter.
I think I can get a yeoman to assist you.
Appreciate it, Commander. Hopefully I'm just being overcautious, but when it comes to strange crystals in this bit of space, I've been briefed that one should be especially cautious. He grimaces at that.
Indeed, I read over the report that happened last year at Starbase 21. Caused real havoc.
Oh, just to verify, since I have you here anyway, could you verify the ident data for Lieutenant Laren Farron? She's with the engineering branch.
She reported on the last transport not that long ago, but yeah, here. He walks over, grabs the pad, and then hands it to you.
Yeah, he's just checking her bona fides, make sure she's not a plant or something like that. It's almost like he's paranoid about this sort of thing. Given recent events.
He hands you her transfer orders and confirmation.
All right, very well, Commander. Any questions you have for me or updates that I should be aware of that may conflict with what we're doing on the Tenshi?
Just let me know if you need anything. And do you wish for personnel coming on and off from the Tenshi to the station to be vetted with station security?
Yep, I want us to vet anyone coming on and off the station. We want minimal transfer between ships, so only necessary movement. So requiring authorization and verification from both sides.
All right, get that done. Let's see if I can't pull away. For Team Momentum, you could have like extra security and stuff like that.
Sure.
Here we go. The order is in, and I'll have them coordinate with your Chief of Security, Lieutenant Sarissa. Is that correct?
That's right. Yep.
Well, hopefully this situation doesn't escalate any more than it is, Captain. So.
Yes, and one hopes that the Admiral doesn't call in for extra recommendations. I really hope this is just a minor thing and not a larger issue.
Yes, but if you wish to talk to her, if I'm not mistaken, her ship is due to depart here within the next few hours.
I won't bother the Admiral. Once she gets the message, if she has questions or concerns or orders, she'll pass them down. No need to bring brass into the equation if they don't want to be involved. That just makes everyone's life interesting, Commander.
Of course.
He takes like a step toward the door and then kind of stops, realizing, wait, it's not polite for me to leave ahead of him. This is their station. I mean, I can outrank him, but I'm being nice. Commander, shall we?
Right this way. Should have a yeoman out there momentarily for you.
Very good. Thank you, Commander. I'll call over to the once I get a console. I'll call over to the Tenshi.
There's no issues with it.
Okay. Captain to the Tenshi.
Tenshi here, Captain.
I've gotten a liaison. I've gotten a liaison console over here, and I'm coordinating with sending over some of the work we're doing with the station operations to coordinate our efforts. The sending over the commander I just met with. Any updates so far?
Not on Lieutenant Vogel's condition, sir. The ship is ready to go at your order, sir. Has station security located the Ferengi yet?
They're mobilizing to seek them out now. They'll be liaisoning with Lieutenant Sarissa with their security and our security. I just got out of the meeting and just stood up my console.
Understood, Captain. I would believe it may be necessary to hold on to the Ferengi's vessels. It may give us leverage if we need to convince him to return.
To that end, actually, see if you can. We now have just cause to start looking through the computer files. Let's start looking through what they know about this crystal. Any logs, entries, or scans, or anything of that sort.
Very good, Captain. I'll get Lieutenant Sarissa on it.
And sending over a escape vector emergency path Alpha 2 should be if we need to get the Tenshi away, that's the vector you'll take. That will be always clear. You won't have to check in with ops first.
Understood, Captain.
And if I hear anything I'm going to be here in operations, so if I hear anything, I'll call you as soon as I hear it, unless you hear from one of our subordinates.
Very good, sir. Any further orders?
Advisory that I have put it's under security document Athaton Bravo. Basically, it's a only necessary travel order between the station and the ship. I want to make sure that anyone moving to or from the ship has a very good reason to do so, given that we have a security and health event.
Very good, sir.
Other than that, if you have any suggestions on how I can we can tighten the net any better than we already have, I'm all ears. Oh, I hate the layout of this thing. Why is that there? Tap, 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 tap.
Not at this time, Captain. I'll know more once Lieutenant Sarissa finishes her investigation of the Ferengi vessel.
Very good, Commander. That's it for me. Captain out.
Solana is going to send the escape vector to the helm and have the helm officer aware that'll be the path we'll take. And then you send a text, send a message over the system to all station heads, forwarding the security document the captain sent him, and give orders that any departures to the ship must go through station heads, and anyone coming aboard ship needs to go through him. And then he will call Lieutenant Sarissa. Salon to Lieutenant Sarissa.
This is Lieutenant Sarissa.
Oh, look, there you are. Lieutenant, the captain wants us to further investigate the Ferengi vessel. Search the vessel thoroughly, go through its logs to see if you can discover anything more about this item that has injured Lieutenant Vogel.
Yes, sir. I'll see what I can do. and what I can find.
We have a new chief of security, a lieutenant. What was that name again?
Sorry, am I being replaced?
Oh, sorry, chief of engineering. I'm trying to remember the new chief of engineering's name.
Lauren Farron.
A lieutenant Farn has been assigned to chief engineering. Coordinate with her if you need assistance with the Ferengi vessel system.
Of course, Commander. Is there anything further, Commander?
I should know. Did you see the security document that Captain Malthatten sent over?
Pardon?
Captain Malthatten sent us a security document to restrict travel on and off the ship. I forwarded it to all department heads.
Oh, of course, sir. I should get on all of that right away. Are you going to shut the car?
Oh, yeah, close the. That is all, Lieutenant. Get to work.
And off she goes.
Is there anything else you'd like to do, Commander?
Some will message down to medical to see if there's an update on Vogel's condition.
I'm afraid there's not, Commander. It would appear from what I can tell that the Orion female and Lieutenant Vogel are currently linked. At least what appears to be telepathically, but both are currently in stable condition. I would not recommend removing either of them currently from their current locations.
Very well, Doctor. Maintain some vigilance over the behavior of your sick bay staff. If any of them begin acting in any way that is not for their normal, contact me or Lieutenant Soressa immediately.
Understood.
Salon out.
Captain Mathatten to the Tenshi.
Tenshi here, Captain.
Has there been any examination of the crystal yet?
Negative, Captain. Doctor is still attempting to ascertain the complete condition of Lieutenant Vogel. There has been no change of Lieutenant Vogel at this time. The doctor recommends that we retain our guest in sickbay until she knows more.
All right. Let's get someone on examining remotely this crystal. I don't want anyone touching or getting near it since I have a security lockdown on it. But we should try to find out as much as we can about, even via our sensors, to figure out what this thing is that we have aboard.
Understood, Captain.
Captain out.
Who do we have for science officers in the absence of Lieutenant Vogel? Would it be this Lieutenant Junior Grade Gronzin?
Grosnin or Lynara.
Bridge to Lieutenant Gronzin.
Whoever wishes to take up
I'll grab him. Grosnin here. Go ahead.
Lieutenant, there is a crystalline device in sickbay that has caused some harm to our crew. I wish you to remotely study it, determine everything you can about it. All we know so far is it has formed some sort of telepathic link between Lieutenant Vogel and an Orion female with psionic abilities. Do not touch the device, but examine it remote as thoroughly as you can from a remote position.
Aye, sir. I'll get on it and get back to you as soon as I can.
Very good. Bridge out.
Are you still there, Sarissa, or have you moved away?
Sorry, yes. Hi. I don't need to stay here, and I'm being asked to do other things, so I should probably go do the other things elsewhere. Yep.
As Desmond is looking into the condition of Lieutenant Vogel and monitoring Veshki, to sort of analyze the crystal, which Dr. Desmond might actually not let you do right away. Excuse me.
Yes, Doctor.
Lieutenant. May I ascertain as to what you're doing here in sickbay? If you require medical attention, there is the other compartment. This area is currently sealed off.
Oh, that explains the remote request. Yes, Doctor. I'm on orders from the Commander Solon to investigate the crystal without coming into contact with it, and to scan it and determine what exactly it is.
On whose authorization, if you don't mind me asking?
Commander Solon, Doctor.
I was given permission that no one shall see it other than authorization should be seen either given by myself or the captain. Just 1 second. Taps her combat. Dr. Desmond to Captain Thatton.
Captain here, go ahead.
Captain, did you give an authorization to study the crystal to one Lieutenant Junior Grade Gorzen?
I gave orders to Commander Solon to that effect, but I gave explicit instructions for it not to be touched and for it to be remote, given the risk factors associated, using ship sensors or some other method.
Understood, Captain. Sorry for the intrusion.
It's all right, Doctor. Captain out.
Well, Lieutenant, it seems you're clear to do your duties. Please do not touch the container. I am not sure what if you will have any side effects.
Where's the crystal?
It's right here. She sets the thing on a lower setting. You should be able to scan it from here.
Well, let's see if a tricorder reading is enough. Flip open his tricorder and try to just good old-fashioned scan it.
Reason plus science difficulty 2.
Quantum mechanics, sensor operations.
No.
I don't think so. Throwing momentum at it.
I will let the ship help with sensors plus science. Which I guess that also lowers the difficulty. 2 momentum gained.
Well, thankfully, it being here on the ship is making this scan a lot better than the preliminary scans our chief of security got. Let's see here. Made of tricobalt explosives. Just kidding, Doctor. Just kidding. And that's not helpful. It's not helpful at all.
Is there a problem, Lieutenant?
No, Doctor. I'll just need your office briefly.
It's not mine, but go ahead.
Who is the chief of medical? Oh, yes, we have the new one now. I forgot already. Sorry. Didn't mean to get your hopes up about a promotion. Wanders off.
Some days I feel like the CMO, but
This is Lieutenant Grosnin to Commander Solon.
Salon here.
Hello. It's Salon, is it? Sorry, I said that wrong. Anyway, slight problem. I was able to effect a scan of the crystal, and the tricorder, with the ship's help, does in fact identify it as a crystal and that it is in the Federation database. However, it seems to have a classification number on it that I can't unlock. So I'm at an impasse at the moment unless you can unlock it, or if I'm even allowed to look at it. Because this is an efficient use of Starfleet resources. Sir.
Send the data to my station, Lieutenant.
Sending to you now, Commander. I was expecting the thing to be somewhat bigger, really. Or flashing with danger, or emanating a distinct odor of menace. Something to that effect. But oh well. Can't have it all.
Stand by, Lieutenant, while I access the Federation database on this identifier. Salon will attempt to bring up the file on that the lieutenant wasn't able to open.
That sounds like a negative sound.
It did sound like a negative sound, yeah.
Unable to comply.
Reason for non-compliance, computer.
Sorry, I'm just double checking something. Level 10 or above is required to access file.
Lieutenant, you'll return to your normal duties at this time. It will take some time to unlock this file.
Ah, very good, Commander. Good luck.
Luck is illogical. Salon out. Tenshi to Captain Athaton.
I thought in here, go ahead.
Captain, we have encountered a difficulty with accessing the information on the crystal.
Explain.
The lieutenant investigating it was able to obtain some basic information about the crystal, but this crystal exists in the Starfleet database. However, my security level is not sufficient enough to access the data.
What's the security level requirement?
10.
1 second. GM, how high a rank? I'm gonna check with the computer just to make sure nothing's changed. But how high a rank is required for a level 10 lockout?
It's captain's eyes only or above. So an admiral.
Myself or an admiral?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Sorry, go ahead, Commander.
Shall I send you the file number, Captain?
Yes, please. I will get back to you once I get a look at it. Looks like it's an eyes only file.
Understood. Tenshi out. And then Salon will send the file number to the captain. On a secure frequency, just in case.
For 2 momentum. It could be secure.
Sure. I'm going to feed into the captain's paranoia and take that.
Is that paranoia if they're actually out to get us?
You receive the file and you unlock it, Captain, and I'll give you the rest of the information.
Sure. I'll requisition the commander's office so I can be alone with it rather than just standing there in the middle of operations reading it. And get the yeoman to kind of watch my station and record anything I need to be aware of. Okay. Okay. I'm going to open a channel to the Admiral. Now I have to get her involved. Or request the station to get me the Admiral, better way to put it, because I don't own the station yet.
Yet. I
Currently, the Admiral is aboard her ship, preparing to depart.
Cabin Thatton to station commander, or station ops, I should say.
There's a yeoman nearby. Is there something you need, Captain Thatton?
Yes. Get me a secure channel to the Admiral aboard her ship, please. Priority 1, command level.
Right away.
Thank you.
And a few moments later, there's a priority communication. As it opens up, Admiral Naya appears on the screen. Captain Thatton, is there a problem?
Yes. Sending over a classified file, eyes only. Wish to report that my ship has encountered said classified item, and we're currently in the midst of a emergency security and medical situation on my ship. I'm requesting your authorization to brief my crew regarding this item. So I imagine I'm not cleared to go around breaking the eyes or eyes only order.
No one is to um, enter or exit your vessel.
And as she says that, he immediately starts tapping into the computer, sending the order, passing on the order from her to him to station ops, going, "Yep, lock down the ship, lock them out, and
Too
inform the
late.
commander."
How did this crystal come into your possession?
It would seem two Ferengi that we encountered were in possession of the crystal and had, in an effort to reward us for our efforts in saving their lives, they presented it as a gift of sorts. Also, they wanted to be rid of the thing since, in their words, it was too much trouble. At which point, it was brought to my ship to be examined since we didn't know what it was. At initial contact, the tricorder of my chief of security registered it as an inert, otherwise unhostile crystal or volatile. So it became a science project I thought I would give Lieutenant Vogel. Unfortunately, that rendered Lieutenant Vogel into a medical emergency state. And thus we are now, and apparently seems to have some sort of link between herself and our Orion guests that I noted in my fleet report. Currently is under secure key, and we were about to investigate what the crystal was, and then we got the classification number, and it got kicked up to me, and then, well, once I saw what it was, I immediately thought calling you would be prudent, since this has seemed to have become a Tenshi problem.
Indeed.
I'm currently liaisoning with the station command here, but I wish to consult with my senior staff about what we should do, and if you have any recommendations or orders in regards to the crystal, I wanted to pass those on if required, or if this needed to be an Omega situation. He straightens his uniform, like it's like, yep, that's not I was briefed on that. I'm not comfortable with it.
While this doesn't require the attention of the Omega situation, I am giving you clearance to try and figure out a way to help your lieutenant. But if things become more escalated, you have clearance to do any measures you feel fit to undertake.
May I have authorization to requisition station resources without under this same security clearance? That is to say, I'm intending to brief the commander of the station and then keep it within the station command and my senior staff, and then keeping the particulars there, and then just using the subordinates to try to manage the situation as discreetly as possible.
Well, I don't wish to alarm the station commander, but keep him informed. However, let him know that there could be a potential incident with entities that might come looking for it.
Very well, Admiral. May I ask your intentions? I know you were intending to leave. I don't, not to be a executive officer about it, but for the safety of a flag officer, it may not be good for you to stay here any longer than you have. But I can't exactly order you away. I don't have that particular power. That's someone else in your staff. I don't think they're allowed to do that now that I think about it. He crosses his arms and thinks on that for a second.
For now, station keeping as normal. We don't want to alarm the civilian population, but keep me informed, Captain. And if you need to go to this planet, you are cleared to do so. If it comes to that.
Understood, Admiral.
Good luck, Captain Athaden, and remember these species is very dangerous.
Understood.
Admiral Nea out.
Station commander, could you please? Can I please see you in my in your office, please?
Raises an eyebrow. Is there a problem?
Yes. I'm gonna need to ask you to remotely attend a emergency briefing between us, and the Tenchi senior staff. The incident aboard the ship has escalated, and this needs to stay at, as far as you're concerned, it's going to stay at you. The particulars have to stay at you and stay at need to know, absolute need to know information. I'll explain the details, but you're going to want to book out your day, Commander.
Very well.
Sorry. Captain Athaton to Tenchi.
Here, Captain.
You've probably gotten the shutdown order already.
I have, and have passed it on to Lieutenant Sarissa. The ship is locked down, Captain.
Very well. I want ship on Yo alert, but stay docked for the time being. And I'm summoning a emergency staff meeting, senior staff meeting. Myself and Station Command are going to attend remotely since we can't board the ship currently, given the situation.
All right, Captain. I will have the senior staff in the conference room in 5 minutes.
We'll be waiting.
Yes, sir. Tenshi out. Commander Salon to all station heads. Report to the conference room in 5 minutes. The yellow alert.
Scene change.
No, my momentum's gone.
Sarissa, while you're outside the essentially locking the ship down, docking collar.
Oh, hello there. I don't know you.
A man with appears with two Starfleet security officers approaches you.
Collar glance.
He's a commander.
Oh boy.
I am Commander Ellison. I believe you currently have a prisoner that I wish to take into custody.
That would be correct, sir. Although at present the ship is under lockdown. No one is to enter or leave, for that matter.
Under whose authority?
The authority of Captain Athaton. Unless I actually have a higher authority, do I? I don't think so.
I tried. If I could, I would have attached under Admiral Nia's order authority. I am now authorizing a lockdown of the ship.
Under the authority of Admiral Nia.
I see. And he kind of pulls out, hands you a pad.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
The pad reads, Commander Ben Ellerson under orders by via Starfleet Intelligence, directly from the Chief of Staff, is hereby ordered to take into custody one Veshki, under from the known operations of the Orion Syndicate, well, like Veshki from the Orion Syndicate and potentially the Tripolity.
That is all very good, sir, but the ship is under lockdown. She is not going anywhere at present either. If you could wait until the situation's resolved, we can get you the prisoner for transfer.
I am under orders by the Chief of Staff. Do you know who the Chief of Staff is, Lieutenant?
And not personally.
I believe he supersedes Admiral Nea and your captain.
That would be correct, but I believe protocol in this situation supersedes that.
And can you update me on the situation as to why I can't board and take my prisoner?
Let me check what I
Or-
actually know. Do I actually know the exact reason, or is it just a lockdown at present? Is it?
It is
I
just
haven't
a-
done the
it is
yeah,
a
I haven't done the
briefing.
briefing yet.
Yeah. I have yet to be fully briefed on that situation. I am to lock down the ship first, as per my duties, and then report to the briefing room immediately after that. Which makes it clear that the situation is something to not be discussed over open comms, which makes it more of a priority.
And where is your commanding officer?
He's on the ship, right? And where are you?
I didn't tell Sarissa where I went.
At present, I am unaware of the captain's location. I am not privy to know exactly where he is at all times.
So you're under lockdown procedure and you have no idea where your commanding officer is at, Lieutenant? Is that what you're saying?
I can, in a mere moment, get his location if that is what you are wanting.
It is indeed, Lieutenant.
Tapcom badge. Yeah, Tapcom badge. Lieutenant Ceresa to Captain Athaton.
Captain, here, go ahead.
What is your present location, Captain? I have a commander from Starfleet Intelligence requesting to know.
For intelligence. I'm currently in station operations, waiting for you to get to the briefing there, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
If this officer needs to see me, he can find me in station ops.
He's here for the prisoner and wanting access to the Tenshi.
Is he there with you?
Yes, sir.
What is this man's name? Or person's name?
Yes. Commander E. something.
Ellison.
Ellison.
Captain Athaton to Commander Ellison.
Captain Athaton.
I'm sorry, Commander. I have a medical and security issue at the moment. Board my ship. I'm on orders to keep the ship locked down. If you want an explanation as to why, I can tell you in person since this is an eyes-only situation. So I have to be very careful what I say over open subspace. There's a very good reason for what I'm doing, Commander, and I believe I'll want to know what your very good reason is for wanting to see the prisoner.
Presence command difficulty 2.
Disarming nature?
I'll take
Totally
that.
true.
He's
Totally
not
good.
the trusting type. He's like, is this a ploy?
Team dynamics. 'Cause I am trying to cooperate with him and loop him in. I just can't tell him over open comms.
I'll take
Is this a message I need to care about? Hold on. No. Okay. No momentum, because of course not. I'll roll it flat. I should be okay. Yeah, and my peace mission medal doesn't apply because he's not trying to hurt me. So, character sheet. There we go.
that. Is army nature reduced difficulty by 1?
Yep. Because I'm extremely sociable and adept at putting others at ease. It's that Cation purr that I can't replicate.
I'm not in a hurry to watch any more.
I will be at your location in a few moments.
But on.
I will have to, Commander. Apologies for the inconvenience.
You're out, my Vogel. Very well, Lieutenant. My men will be awaiting here until I return.
Very good, sir. You two remain here as well.
It's a stare down.
Yeah, it just makes sense to not let them go unattended because I think Starfleet intelligence has the reputation of, oh, well, they're not necessarily
No
in
one's
the way, we'll
looking.
just walk on in. Yeah, no one's looking. So you two are to keep looking.
Cold.
Finish locking up and go to the briefing.
I'll put this in the shelf. I'll have some when I get home.
Finish locking up and go to the briefing.
While the commander's heading up there, someone headed to the brig earlier.
I assume that means we're going back a little bit in time.
A little bit.
Okay.
Was Vori with you?
Yeah. I need
So-
someone to throw in front of the bad guy.
Bad guy.
Haha, he is the bad guy. You've been fooled.
So you enter the brig. There is a security officer there. Can I help you with something, Lieutenant?
The commander wished me to verify all your systems are working.
Everything seems to be working normally.
Well, if you're that good, you might pop down to engineering and try out my job sometime. Otherwise, I can take a look.
Right, of course. Yeah. Here. Releases the console.
And we did just have a prisoner escape by blowing open one of our cells. That did happen.
Oh, is that what she did? I thought she just used mind tricks on the guard. Last
thought she
episode.
was mind.
She blew up the cell.
Yep.
She overloaded it.
She mind blew up the cell. She imagined it happening, and thus it happened.
It was a little bit more like she just lifted her hand up and just shorted everything out.
I am overly simplifying it.
Reason plus engineering, difficulty of 1.
I'll have Yori assist, but I don't have any momentum to boost him. Take a threat.
Gain a momentum. Everything is working functionally. Repair teams managed to repair the force field late last night. Keep in mind, you got it's been like 3 days since she like actually did that, because there was a travel time between when you put her into stasis and arriving at Starbase. So the repair teams actually got to the brig and fixed the damage. Is there anything I can help you with, Lieutenant? Or do I need to put another work order
No. I would like to real quick, like just to write a program that requires any subsystems in this room to be authorized by the bridge. I don't actually want to activate that program. I just want to write it and put it in place so that it could be activated.
Control plus engineering, difficulty 2.
Not really a remote shut the door command, but just if someone tries to do something in this room, it has to be someone on the bridge has to make a conscious button press to allow it. But like I said, I'm not going to activate it just yet. Computers?
Yeah, computers for a focus.
Okay, we gained 2 momentum off the thing. I'm going to get an assistance from Viore. And I'm going to give him my 5 in engineering and my focus in computers.
That was control engineering?
Yes, control engineering, difficulty 2.
Yeah, and I think I said give you a threat, but if I didn't give you a threat. Oh, man.
Oh, nah. Question for you, GM. Would Vori's meticulous talent kick in to save us from the
He's not the main roller, though.
It was generated from the roll. Yeah, it's worth asking.
I'll say you succeeded at writing the program, but um, whoever's at the console is going to know about all of that, so it won't be like a hidden secret type deal. So the security departments might have a little question as to why this program is being implemented.
Oh yeah, I didn't. That was already intentional. I don't care about that. I'm not trying to hide anything. Yeah, I'll go to the briefing.
Captain, just before the briefing starts,
Mm-hmm.
A certain Starfleet intelligence officer walks in. Captain Nathan, I wish to speak with you.
Commander? We were about to have a briefing on the subject, but if you have something you wish to say now, feel free.
I wish to be informed of what is going on and why I can't retrieve my prisoner.
And that is what this briefing will cover. He smiles.
Very well.
We'll be remotely speaking with with my senior staff. This will be a need to know basis, which Commander, I assume you're already quite familiar with need to know as a requirement. So I won't bore you with the requirements. GM, I'm going to do a quick lookup on both both the commanders present, because I know that crystals are a thing that have been stolen in the past or abused. Basically, just looking up on the station computer and using my authorization to check to verify that they're not under any weird suspicion or reprimand.
Reason plus command difficulty 3. Let's spend threat for that. Up the difficulty a bit.
I would actually like to invoke my value. The talented must rise to meet chaos. Under the auspice that this was supposed to be just we come over, refuel, transfer a prisoner, and be done. That was it. Now it's turned into, oh, it's this super classified thing that involves like two ships and an intelligence officer, and we need to deal with it now before evil crystal things eat our face. So I'm trying to keep my head moving and take command of the situation. Or retain command, because this guy might take it from me if I'm not careful.
Okay. Yeah,
That all said, that gets me 2. I need 1 more. Checking to see if I keep it. I do not. It's gone. That's spending a momentum and a threat, just to be safe. For an extra die. Whoops. I don't have a... Oh, I'm okay. I had focus turned on, but we're okay.
Doing a quick dive, he is somewhat decorated. He does have a couple like demerit. 1 second.
Sure. You know, just to be safe, I should probably blow up everyone on the Tenshi. That way, no one will get the information. Oh wait, I need Solon to be on board with that. Darn it.
We have ways of
Or you need
Uh,
Solon to be dead already.
doing that.
Hey, I find your logic, your reasoning illogical, Captain. We could blow up the starbase and then leave.
See, that's how I know you're a mirror agent. Get him, Sarissa. There's so many civilians on this thing. What's wrong with you? I mean, there's some civilians on the Tenshi, but there's less there, so needs of the many. There's a value that would give anyone a chill. What's your value? Oh, needs of the many. That's a good thing or a very bad thing. Depends how you read it.
I thought about that when I was making this character, and I just thought that's a little too cliche.
Oh, sorry. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. My bad. Got the value wrong.
Commander Ellison he does have like a one blemish that he kind of acts a little recklessly at times, but for the most part, he gets his job done. But he's part of Starfleet Intelligence. He's been in Starfleet Intelligence for quite a while, and everything in like his record is essentially like classified, need to know, redacted, type deal.
But it's one of those things where it's verifiable. It's like, no, Starfleet head security is like, no, he's good.
Yeah.
If you don't trust him, trust us, if nothing else.
Yeah. But for the most part,
So that's him.
There's some side notes from the captains like that they don't really like him because just his personality and how he handles things. So
yeah, it sounds like a bold command, bold security type guy. It's like, yeah, those guys can make enemies real quick.
Hey.
Hey, they can. They don't always. And the other commander's clean, I assume, because he's station command at Starbase 200, 200 of all things.
yeah, he's rather new to this job, but
welcome to your first command.
So yes, the briefing is being held, and on the view screen is the captain, commander, and station commander.
Hello, everyone. Sarissa and Farron, please verify this link. Our connection is indeed encrypted.
Yep, I'll try to do that.
Control bus engineering, assisted by the ship's communications bus engineering. You're setting the difficulty for the encryption.
This encryption is engineering.
We don't have any momentum.
No. And there's no talents that really help with this. For the ship, I mean. And I already spent my determination, so I can help you.
Do you have a way to turn determination into momentum?
Well, no, I spent my determination. That's the point, and I didn't get it back, so.
Oh. Yeah, I have determination. I don't need that. I need momentum.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I could have done earlier was my Medal of Honor, but that would have been bonus momentum, and that would vanish the minute my task was done, because it's bonus, not real boy momentum.
Like I said, whatever you roll and get, that's gonna be the difficulty. So there's no assist.
Yeah, it was just that he asked for the he mentioned getting Sarissa's help, And I could turn Sarissa into a decent engineer for a couple of seconds if I had momentum.
Oh well.
Yeah, I don't. None of us have anything like Spirit of Discovery would be clutch right now for that. None of us have it.
I think everyone's
Yes,
human except, well, one.
So do what you would like.
All right. We'll set it at 5. And then we will spend a point of determination on the value. I can do this the Starfleet way or the Klingon way. I would like to throw in some Klingon encryption methods so that anyone who's primarily a Starfleet officer would have a harder time trying to figure this out.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a unique way.
Oh, vet. Yeah.
I guess go ahead and take 3 threat. Computers is a focus.
It increased complication.
That should give us 1 momentum.
It is indeed secure.
You're clear, Captain.
Very good. Call this meeting at the moment and declare the yellow alert because the crystal we have aboard the ship is. And before I continue, the information I'm about to tell you is on an absolute need-to-know basis. I've been given special permission by Admiral Nia to reveal eyes-only information that is normally reserved for captains and higher. But given the situation, it is imperative that you all know what's going on. But we need to minimize the spread of this information to prevent a panic and to prevent criminal elements or hostile elements from interacting with this situation. With me is Station Command and also our good friend from intelligence. Now, what we've discovered is that according to the scans, the crystal that we have is a variant of the Zozek crystalline species. As of stardate 54570.8, it has been the file regarding them has been classified. I am revealing this information now to everyone present for you to look over and examine. Up to since the Tereshkova encounter with the Zozek, that was the last encounter between Starfleet and the Zozek, and they've been kept in a protective status. We have been authorized to do whatever is necessary to protect ship and station from this threat or possible threat, and we must all be on alert that it is very possible that certain elements may are already en route to our location to capture the crystal against their will. We've also been authorized to approach the Zozek planet if the need is required. But at the moment, I am operating on a few things. One, thing is I want to find some way to contact or speak with this crystal, either directly or through our officer. And also we need to have a plan to defend station and ship, because it's very likely that someone's going to try to take it. I also want the Ferengi detained and held. They need to be questioned on how they got a hold of this crystal, because we are sworn to protect and help the Zozek, and this sounds like they got a hold of someone they weren't really supposed to. They're trafficking in a person, and that can't be abided. To you, Commander, that is why there's a lockdown, because the problem is that this Orion that you were about to be handed over, there is two problems. One, she is linked. Our prisoner is linked to my officer, and it is possible that she may be compromised medically. It's also possible that if you're under attack or you lose control of the stasis pod, then you now have, according to the fleet report you've been given access to, you would be in incredible danger without the assistance of the Tenshi or even the station, depending on your resources. So at the moment, and also under the auspice that the Admiral gave me authorization to do whatever's necessary, I'm taking command of this situation, since it is my ship and my crew that's endangered.
Great.
Questions, comments, suggestions on what we're going to do about this?
Does Starfleet have any experts in this field?
Lieutenant Vogel.
She wouldn't happen to be Starfleet's only asset in this department, would she?
The one who knows things. It's in the paper files. I assume I was on the Tereshkova.
Personnel from the Tereshkova likely have a greater knowledge than most Starfleet personnel. The only other person I'd be aware of outside of the Tereshkova crew would be either Starfleet Science or even perhaps Dr. Efrix from the Kismet, since she was a director of crystalline intelligence research. But they are quite a distance from us on the other side in the Beta Quadrant. So.
Captain, Admiral Elder as well. He was in charge of the Tereshkova at the time.
I'll try to reach out to him and see if I can get see if there's information he can get. If we run into a roadblock, he might be able to open some doors for us. But to answer your question, Lieutenant, the files that have been unlocked to you are what we've been authorized to. Anything more than that, we're going to have to talk to people directly, like Sarissa here or other Tereshkova crew members. Unless intelligence has something to add. He looks over at the commander.
Given this situation, it was under suspicion that this Veshki was dealing with experimentation with crystalline entities with telepathic abilities for the Tripolity and potentially the Orion Syndicate. Given the nature of what has transpired, I think those rumors are now true.
Well, on the plus side, we don't have to worry about Tripolity ships interfering with this, since they are quite some distance from us. Unfortunately, there are some Orions that are very interested in getting her back. So not only do we have to worry about the Zozek or their variant coming to reclaim one of their own, we also have to worry about Orions who might try to chase down our ship if we leave the protection of the station. Or they might take their chances to come right out the station anyway.
The Tereshkova fought a Starfleet vessel over Kershaw, right? No, other planet. Zer, whatever.
Zastra.
Zastra. We did, right? We fought another
Yes.
Federation vessel.
And Romulans.
and Romulans. Which was were they tripolity?
I don't think so.
They were just rogue elements. We
Because
didn't
the
capture anyone.
tripolity, we never had storylines where the tripolity and the Zozek intersected.
And we captured a bunch of the Romulans, so
They might be remnants of the old tripolity. The new tripolity is contained in its own little sector and slowly trying to expand. The old tripolity could still have people out here trying to continue the missions they were already on.
but it's hard to say who we might engage, though, because it was Rogue Federation and Rogue Romulan elements, and
Rogue Klingons.
crystalline
That's
vessels.
great. So from a
There
security
are
standpoint,
crystalline vessels as well that are very aggressive.
so if we do get into an engagement, we want to have as much, either as much distance between us and them to a location as possible, or we need as much fleet resources we can gather. But I think our best bet is making contact with this crystal and figuring out if it can help us, and if we can, because we need a channel of negotiation. And my understanding is the Zozek do not negotiate well with non-Zozek.
How are we going to attempt communication, Captain?
That is the realm of the miracle workers of engineering and sciences, and hopefully, if we can get some help through the medical community, our medical officers before aboard station or the ship, we might be able to get a word into Vogel and get her to help us somehow, since she has on file, she has interacted with them before and has been successfully able to make a connection with them.
Understood, sir.
Where did you find these Ferengi?
In the fleet report, we retrieved them from during a distress call, and we were bringing them here back to their base of operations.
Your last known report of operations was in the Ebon Expanse, is that correct, Captain?
No, I just put in a report just earlier today regarding our movements.
You mistaken me, Captain. I was referring that you were operating in that area for a brief period of time, and then you're heading back to Starbase 200, where you encountered the Ferengi shuttlecraft. The distress
Yes.
craft.
It was en route back when we were for our transfer. We diverted due to the distress call.
If my only concern is they're a little far off away from the planet to where these crystalline species come from. The opposite direction, if I'm not mistaken.
They did say that they gave, when they handed us the crystal in a box, they stated they'd gotten it from their passenger. So the one who would have that information is, well, for lack of better phrasing, green and mean.
So the information was passed to her then, or the ability was passed on to her, and she's been using the Zozek's empowerment for her ends, whether they wanted it or not. That explains the psychic powers. Commander Solon, do we have any Vulcans aboard ship that have mind meld capabilities of Starfleet standard, at least?
Yes, Captain. Myself.
Right, you were doing that test. I remember now. That's a way we could talk to Vogel. Well, I don't know how willing you are to do that, Commander, but if that may be the more biological way to approach the problem rather than the technological method we'd have to use through engineering.
I was about to make the offer, Captain.
So we have two ways to make contact.
Were you able to find out where the Ferengi picked up Vishki and this crystal?
Their primary vessel was destroyed. We do have their shuttlecraft, but I believe we have not had time to fully go through all of its logs.
We
But,
only just got Just Cause to look into it upon this event. Before, we only had access to look into the incident of their attack, but now we have a larger scope to comb over everything the computer core has.
Even then, it's a shuttlecraft that was used to escape. I'm not sure it would have been recording the entire journey. That seems unlikely. But it might have logs for when it was used if it was sent planetside to pick something up or something like that.
Depends if these Ferengi brought their computer core black box digitally and left it on their shuttle, or they physically brought it with them personally. Starfleet standard would leave it on the shuttle just in case, but if I were an enterprising capitalist, I might want to have that information in my pocket rather than somewhere I could control it. So it's likely our Ferengi guests might have that information if the shuttle doesn't. Speaking of which, Commander, have you had any has your security people been able to apprehend the Ferengi?
Not yet. We went to this cousin's operation. Apparently, he's not there.
Oh.
Have you at least been able to determine that he has not left the station?
We're going through all the logs as we speak.
There's one other thing we have to consider as well. If it comes down to, we are duty bound to protect all life in our care. And that is an oath that we as officers have sworn. However, the civilians aboard Starbase and the various guests we have did not swear that same oath. If it comes down to imperiling the station and saving the crystal, then we have to prioritize the safety of the station. And then from there, I have to make the decision whether or not the ship is willing to stand with the Zozek in to the last, or if we have to sacrifice someone in our defense. That is something we have to consider, and I will tell you now that that is not a choice I have made ahead of time. It is something I will be considering, and I will be listening to any feedback or advisory you have on the situation. But it is likely that we're going to get to that. We might get to that critical point. So, on that happy note, we have 3 tasks, I think. 1 is to prepare for any attackers. 2 is to capture these Ferengi wherever they're hiding and get the information about what they know. And 3, make contact with Vogel and or the Zozek crystal. Well, getting contact with Vogel with the ultimate goal of getting contact with the crystal. So we can start getting a better idea of what exactly we're dealing with here before the situation gets away from us. So, Lieutenant Farron, I think you will be the lead on the technological aspect of it. If we need to get a better handle on the crystal or interact with it or possibly destroy it if necessary, we need to have that capability at hand. Sarissa, I want you to be trying to make sure, one, we don't want anyone getting at that crystal or our guests. So we need that secure, but we also need these Ferengi found and captured and interrogated. Our intelligence officer here will probably be able to, and the commander here will be able to assist you from this end. And you'll be able to help through them. You'll be able to direct them and advise them on the situation. Never mind defending the ship and preparing a tactical briefing and everything else. So lots on your plate there, Sarissa. And of course, Solon. I hate to ask you to test your mind meld task in the field so soon after being raided, but you might be the biological connection, and also if that fails, then you also need to be the one organizing any tactical organization regarding defending ship and station.
I understand, Captain. I will make the attempt as soon as we are done here.
And Sarissa, you'll need to keep an eye on the commander in case something goes awry.
Yes, sir. I'll send Commander Alien all files he needs. I don't know if I need to send him all files he needs. That, like, he's intelligence. He just has my files, I'm pretty sure.
Lastly, from the desk of the Admiral, Admiral Nia, we are to minimize any panic. So that's why that's the other reason to keep this to ourselves to a degree. The station is not aware of it. I've called the alert on the ship because that will give good excuse as to why we've shut down. And under the auspice of a security medical situation, that's enough for the crew. But that's a difficult conversation to have with a city's worth of people on a space station.
Yes, sir.
Well, if there are no other questions or concerns, you all have your orders. I will be trying to coordinate as best I can from here from the station and assist as needed. I'll try to keep this everyone coordinated and making sure we're all on the same page so we don't lose track of what's going on or leak this information outside of ourselves.
Nods.
Understood, Captain. We shall get to work immediately.
Commander, I hope you're not opposed to my plan, because I know your orders come from elsewhere, but I think if my orders succeed, yours will as well.
If you need specifically crew members who have been on the Tereshkova, I can let you know who was there at the time if you don't immediately pull up your own crew records on them. Lieutenant Farron? I assume anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. She'll lean over slightly towards Cirrus and say, just a slight reminder, it's Lieutenant Laren.
Oh, right, yes, sorry. Oh my god. You named her Laren Farron?
Don't ask me why. It's been almost like 6 months. This is a one-shot character.
Okay.
That I liked the character. I don't remember anything about the name, and I probably didn't realize. I probably meant to do the name the other way around.
I did not see that she was a Bajoran even.
Yeah.
I hadn't looked that closely at the token. Yes, sorry, anyway, I know various members of Your staff, my staff. Most of the ship aboard the Tenshi were aboard the Tereshkova at some point.
Lieutenant Laren, give me a fitness plus medicine difficulty of 1. This is kind of bringing up some bad memories.
Oh yeah, I was waiting for someone to say crystals. That's why I asked the commander what was going down like when I first came up with the shirt, because I thought he may mention it then. Well, this is as bad as the rolls get for me.
Difficulty
Didn't
1.
you space yourself the last time there were crystals involved?
I was wearing a suit. But yeah, I jumped out of a depressurizing room into open space.
Yep.
Actually, I don't know that I have any characters that are currently still in Starfleet that have high opinions of crystals. Actually, I don't know that I have any characters ever that have high opinions of crystals.
Wow, Star X. Rude.
I can't help that every GM I've had in this system has thrown crystals at me.
See, I have a character that's got a very high opinion of crystals.
That's because you'd die if you didn't have them. I don't think I literally don't have anything here except for dump and threat. I can't spend the momentum because I need that later.
I can't help you, so.
Would you give me Klingon culture if I'm trying to remain stoic?
Show no weakness.
Yeah,
Warriors
I'm
do
trying not to
cry.
show any weakness.
And increase complication.
Okay.
I love it.
Oh, wait, never mind. I have a medicine of 1. Who cares?
That's kind of why I'm like, but do you really need it?
Take a threat.
Okay, no momentum.
Oh, nice. You net ones it.
It does bring up some, bad memories because you're thinking of Firestarter, and you're kind of like, maybe it will be this bad. I mean, I could do
Actually, I think she's probably already written off Vogel.
this. Probably.
If it's gotten into your system, then it's probably too late.
But this is Zozek, not Kalkit.
Yeah, they're all crystals to me.
Wow.
Assuming the captain has dismissed the briefing.
Oh, I did. I just didn't say the word dismiss.
Then Salon dismisses the crew to the senior officers to go about their tasks and heads for the med bay.
So Sarissa and Salon are heading to sick bay. Where is Laren going?
I'll bring Lieutenant Junior Grade Simon with us. 1 Tereshkova veteran, 2 more security can't hurt.
I'm going to get a mining laser and go to sickbay. I was specifically asked to come up with a way to interact with it, and if it became hostile, to destroy it. So.
Okay. It's an opportunity cost of 1. I'm really wondering if this should be escalation or not, but I don't think the book.
I'm not going to use it to shoot people with.
Right.
Crystal.
And normally it's a perfectly peaceful piece of equipment.
I mean,
Yeah.
this.
We're not talking about this is not like some Star Trek mounted machine gun here. It's just like a.
Actually, It is pretty big. Just FYI.
It's what?
The mining laser is actually fairly big.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it is like a big laser thing that is mounted, but it's not like it's a machine gun or anything. It's like a technical piece of equipment that's kind of not very mobile.
Okay.
Like, I didn't get a mini Death Star. Although if I'm getting one for the laser, I might as well go ahead and get just a bipod and a regular Type 3 for the others in sick bay.
What?
Pay no attention.
What are you getting?
Nothing. I was making a joke that didn't land.
No, it landed. Just no.
Alrighty.
I imagine Desmond's going to be super pleased that there's a mining laser in her med bay.
It's gonna have to actually be set up, so that's gonna be a control plus engineering difficulty of 1 because it is rather bulky.
Bringing Simon down. He can just stand there.
Are we down there now?
Yeah, you're down there. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, I gotta bring along Forey. He's my little assistant for the episode. Why can't his picture be resized?
GMs have to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna spin that momentum to. Oh wait, never mind. I don't have anything. I don't have mining operations as a focus.
There's no focus for this. I mean,
Well, you could take it. I guess take a threat.
Oh, that's not graphy.
It'd be, yeah, it's not the mapping
Ology.
of crystals. Ology.
yeah, or actually, the role is to set up the mining laser. And set up and aim it at the actual crystal still in the containment field and box. But somebody's gonna have to.
Oh,
pull
and
it
I
out.
would like to. What is? Not when you implement file wave by matching it. What's the destructive version of that? No, it is amplification. That's the destructive form of that.
Well, destructive resonance.
Yeah, destructive resonance. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to set up this to be like a destructive resonance on the crystal, so that like this is not like a 30-minute process to blow this crystal up.
Difficulty 3.
Okay. Now I'll still take assistance from Forey, but I don't think there's enough of a boost to warrant spending the momentum.
Yeah, because Vore is a 4 normally. So it would just be a 1 increase.
The doctor's like, "Why is my sick bay suddenly crowded? And why is there a mining laser in my sick bay?"
Why?
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Worry.
That was Vore. Could the computer have helped because the good officer looked up the proper manuals for implementing a mining laser?
This is not the proper way to implement a mining laser, though. That's the thing.
We were pointing it at a target on a platform.
In the ship.
I mean, could the computer help with aiming? Because computer security or weapon security.
The mining laser has its own independent computer system. So
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do.
You got it set up. Unfortunately, though, like you're having difficulty to match the resonant frequency for it to be destroyed in a timely manner. You're also concerned that it could cause a surmountable damage to the ship potentially. You're not entirely too sure what the destructive force is for this crystal. In layman game terms, like you could destroy the deck. There's a possibility.
Lieutenant, I think I have an idea. I mean, it's kind of hammer and all hammers are nails, or something like that.
Go ahead.
Well, we could just get a sensor lock on it and spread it out into so many particles with the transporters. That way, it doesn't blow up. It just kind of is a bunch of disparate particles. I'm not sure where we'd put it, but you know.
Yeah. In character, it sounds like a great thing to do. Out of character, transporters are never allowed to do that. So,
FYI, Dr. Desmond, give me a insight medicine difficulty of 1.
No.
Yes.
Xenobiology, emergency medicine.
I'll take xenobiology.
I'll grab that momentum just in case it turns into something. I'm trying to dig a little. Or fish, I should say. Rerolling that 0.
Gain 2 momentum. And Vogel, you do kind of recall Vogel touched, or at least was in proximity of the crystal, even though it was in its containment. And somehow the red crystal is acting as sort of a bridge potentially a bridge between the two. Destroying that bridge could also deal severe damage to both if they're intertwined. Patience.
She'll pass along this information to everyone gathered with a sort of concerned, like, do you not all know that? Just in case you didn't, I'll say it out loud. She's not gonna like the captain's answer, though.
We shall leave that as the last resort. However, it may be necessary. Lieutenant Laurel, are you ready? Have you done all that you can for the moment?
Yeah, I'll guess I'll go ahead and take the advice and try to get a transporter lock on it.
That will be during if you have to go to do that. Like, you can't get a transporter lock on it, but because you did be mid aboard. It's just when the time comes,
Yeah, I was just thinking like doing. I know exactly where it's sitting and everything, so just like having all the calculations already done. So all you got to do is hit the button.
Ooh. You could we could put transporter enhancers around it. Make it easier to get the lock faster. It's kind of overkill, but
already a lot in this room.
Well, the binding laser is going to take like an hour to blow the thing up, and it'll probably take us all with it. So that's probably not. I probably shouldn't have said that part. But yeah, like what the transporter enhancers are smaller, so there's that, and we probably want to move the laser out of the room at some point. But
it's in a containment field. You're not going to be able to properly set up the transporter enhancers.
They could put one here, and one over here in the hall.
I think that
you have a triangle
in a containment field that is designed to resist being transported out.
Well, that's why we turn off the containment field.
We already have to turn off the containment field to shoot it.
Yeah,
So that we're already gonna do that.
actually more like in the closet
It's-
over there.
It's not.
and the one
It's
there. and the
one of those
there.
things like, well, there's a wall and other stuff, so that there'll be some interference. Like the beams can't be obstructed.
We can just take down the walls, right?
I spent 2 threat. You cannot use the transporter enhancers.
The doctor gives him a glare. It's more of a he's just being Mr. I'm a crewman. I'm trying to be helpful. It's like, shut up, crewman. You're not helping.
Somehow, I would love to use the focus of nanoengineering and get Borg nanites involved, but I just can't figure out a way.
We just have to find the Andromeda, steal a
So
certain person, and mine
induct
them.
the Zozek in Borg. That sounds horrible. Anyway,
Well, I guess I'll. Yeah, we're already ready to go. If I have to pull out the phaser to get a little extra damage in, just have to get there. Do that when we get there.
Lieutenant, should I head to the transporter room now, or do you want me to shoot it with you? Pew pew.
I believe having someone stand by in the transporter room would be preferable.
agreed.
Yeah, you got Hayden there.
Or the chief who doesn't want to be on the deck when it blows up could go do it. No, does Hayden have good stats for that?
They're both decent at transporting.
Yeah,
Hayden, I think, is better at it. Yeah, Hayden's better
Hayden
at it.
can do that.
And the crewman looks crestfallen. He almost got out of here.
Wait outside. Is he needed in the room right now?
Well, he might need to help shoot the thing.
Yes, we've established that it could take a little long, so we might have to up the power to make it go quicker. We'll need him for that.
Yay.
Besides, where else would you want to be on the ship when possible explosions could happen?
Shuttle bay, transporter room, skating.
Commander, are you prepared for the mind meld?
Yep, Salon is waiting for the engineering team to finish Baker.
Cerise has just got her phaser drawn.
At Vogel.
No,
Oh.
it's just at her side. It's more of the I've already got this out, so I don't need to waste time doing that later if I need to stun someone. Because that's why I'm here.
Dr. Desmond, I'm going to attempt to contact Lieutenant Vogel through a mind meld. Please monitor the life signs of myself and Lieutenant Vogel and our Orion guest during the process.
Actually, we've activated.
It's like I would stand over here, except that's on the path of the mining laser, and that's like the worst place to stand.
Okay.
Then Salon's going to place his fingers on the appropriate points on Vogel's head and begin the cliched Vulcan Vulcan line, my mind to your mind.
There should be a roll for this. I know there should be a roll for this.
I mean, there doesn't have to be. You can defy expectation. But yeah, there probably should be one because we could get momentum.
It is
It
will be a control plus command. Difficulty of let's see, base 1, difficulty increased by 1, spending threat. Because why not? Because I have a bunch of threat. What could go wrong? Difficulty of 3, complication range of 3.
Complication range of what?
3.
We take mental discipline as a focus.
I will take mental discipline as a focus.
Oh, I keep forgetting it's not medical bait, sick pay.
All right, I'm gonna spend. I'm probably gonna need it later, but I'm gonna spend it now anyway, and spend a determination. Either we take either the value, duty to ship and crew above all, or there's no such thing as the unknown, only the temporarily hidden.
One of those will
All right, so then I'm gonna spend use that, and then we'll take 2 momentum to get a third die. That'll let me use cautious command as well.
apply. Oh, I need you, Vogel. That's 6. So 3 momentum gain. There's a complication. Do you wish to re-roll that using cautious, or do you wish to
Yes,
squash
I
it with
do.
momentum?
I will re-roll that with cautious.
4 momentum gain.
And there went veteran.
And scene change.
No, give back.
Oh, momentum! I hardly knew you.
Well,
All right, I'm back.
okay. Side skip. Yay. Vogel, you're still inside the lab, and after um, the you watched Vesky just eradicate someone inside the pod, completely vaporizing. As Vesky sighs and makes a note in her logs and heads over and takes one of the crystals and begins synthesizing another compound.
Oops.
As it dissolves into a liquid-like state, she takes it and gets ready to head over to the console again when suddenly appear 3 individuals. How did you get in here? You do not belong here.
I'm just going to kind of observe.
And while you're observing, appears Commander Sola beside you. She quickly darts over as they try to surround her. One instantly grabbing the crystal while she grabs her weapon, points it at them. You have violated our kind. You will be punished. And instinctively, she takes it and jabs the hypo in the side of her neck. ingesting the compound she just created. Dropping the vial, holding the gun, trying to keep her eyes straight. Annika raises her hand. What have you done? And sneakily, just as Annika gets ready to leash out a blast of power, Vesky transports away as fire and bolts ignite from the console. The three quickly leave the area.
Is there any chance, GM, to pursue them?
You're both standing right there, so I don't know what you guys wish to do.
Oh, they took the crystal, right?
Yes, they took the crystal.
I guess I will probably finally acknowledge that the commander is here. Probably because I didn't know. So, like, I'll turn to go look at this console again, and then I'll see the commander, and I'll kind of be, like, shocked. Like, Commander!
Lieutenant Vogel, what is your status?
It's kind of hard to explain, sir. Do you know where we're at?
Lieutenant Sarissa reported after you touched the container the crystal was in, you dropped into a coma. We are, as far as I know, inside your mind, as I am connected to you through a mind meld. You were also connected somehow biologically to the Orion woman. Have you learned anything in your time here?
Only that whoever that Orion woman was, she's using the Zozas crystals in some kind of experiment. However, I've been unable to interact with anything here. And I'll go try to see if I can pull up anything on this computer console.
As you look at the computer console, it's blank.
And I'm guessing it doesn't react to me touching it.
It does not react to you touching it.
Yeah, I go to every console I can and see if it'll react somehow.
They're all blank. Like they literally were just on a little bit ago, but you realize like there's nothing being displayed.
And it appears that they put a self-destruct virus into this computer system as well.
Just in case, I'm sure the answer to this is no, but Solana's going to try to touch one of these panels.
You touch it, it feels real.
Can I activate the panel?
As far as you can tell, it's on.
What kind of panel is it?
It is a standard Orion computer terminal.
Can I tell what the last file that was up on it was, or what the last task the computer did?
So the screens are literally blank. There is nothing on there.
This crate here, is it the same one as these ones in here?
They're similar, yeah.
I'm gonna go see if I can open it this time.
You attempt to open it, you're not able to exert any force upon it.
Saying be unsuccessful, can I exert any force on it?
It's the same.
This symbol here, Commander, it represents the tripolity. I don't know what their involvement is here. But if they're starting to experiment on the Zozas crystals, this could be very dangerous, sir.
Do you have experience with these crystals, Lieutenant?
She'll nod yes, but not say anything.
Do you know how to free yourself from one of these crystals?
This is a totally unique experience, Commander.
Is that a transporter pad and a standard transporter terminal over there?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Someone's going to have a look and see if we can activate the transporter pad.
The transporter controls are actually destroyed.
Destroyed as in no way to repair or could possibly be made useful.
They're like it's the whole panel's like essentially like destroyed. Like there's a big gaping hole in the side of it.
Um, could it be possible, just one thing, it might be possible to uh, operate that transporter pad using one of the other computers in this room?
Uh, the computer screens are all blank. Like they're not displaying any information.
And on top of that, we can't interact with anything.
Suggestions, Lieutenant.
I don't really know where we're at, Commander. But this place does seem real enough. There's even a sun, a red dwarf system. Perhaps if we follow that group that came in here, we might find some more answers.
Indeed, let us proceed.
And we'll just exit the cave, I think.
You exit the cave. You hear the sound of disruptor fire off in the distance.
Can we tell a direction?
That way.
Try to head that direction as quickly as we can while maintaining some bit of caution. I want to run into the middle of a firefight.
Probably get to behind this tree, I'd say.
As you get close to the tree and you look across the riverbed, you see Annika with two other men and Beshki. Beshki's pointing her disruptor pistol at it. Her eyes are changing in and out of red into her normal color. Stay away from me, you monsters. And as she tries to run towards her shuttlecraft, Annika lets out her hand and destroys one of the engines of the shuttlecraft, causing it to explode. Anyway, as the engine explodes in the shuttlecraft, it sends Vesky flying to the ground, unconscious, badly burnt and bruised.
How deep is this stream?
Unknown. You can't see the bottom if that's what you're asking. It's green and kind of murky.
Remain here, Lieutenant. They may be less able to harm me since I am possibly less here than you. We'll see if I can get information.
As you lie there, the three turn and walk away and disappear in a shimmering aura.
So I'm going to try to rush and swim across this and try to reach the Orion woman.
With the danger gone, I'll go with the commander.
Uh, Fitness plus security, difficulty of 1. For both of you.
Do you have higher than 11?
No.
Alright, I guess I'll go first. I'll use momentum. There we go.
2 momentum gained.
I'm going to spend momentum as well.
1 momentum gain and a complication. Squashing.
Yeah, let's just squash that. Oh, let's see that poor Vulcan drown in a mental projection swamp.
The 2 of you make it across. As you look down onto Veshki, you can tell like she is in a state of appears like she's literally dying, having trouble breathing, burnt extensively.
Is this the same Orion that's in sickbay?
Yes.
We need information. So what did you do in your Starfleet Medical Extension Service courses?
Only the basics, Commander.
Same here. Well, perhaps together we can at least attempt to stabilize her. It is better than attempting nothing at all.
You currently do not have any equipment on you, only your uniforms.
Can we maybe see what the extent of her injuries are?
Reason plus medicine, difficulty of 2.
That's a 12 for me. How is it for you?
Yeah, it's the same for me. I don't know if you have any relevant focuses, though. Or I guess it doesn't matter. I think we're both at a 1 in medicine.
Yeah.
Well, you're the more experienced officer, so I think we'll yield to your experience.
Blame me if it goes wrong. That's right.
And you were worried.
The extent of her injuries, as like it was pretty obvious that she is badly burned. She's, um, her lungs are collapsing. It appears that there's actually shrapnel that's stuck in her chest cavities. She is bleeding profusely. You kind of notice some strange elements going on, like her body's attempting to rapidly heal itself, but having trouble. She's kind of coughing up blood. And she seems to be conscious, yet also, in increased agonizing pain.
Use water to cool the burns. I don't know if they work with these kind of burns.
Looks like the mending is not taking, otherwise she would be able to heal herself.
Other, Orion female. She appears to be badly wounded. Quick,
What are you here?
give me the medical supplies. And they start tending to her wounds. If we were more profitable, Ferengi, she would probably fetch a good price in certain black markets. Your brother doesn't deal that way. Oh, shut up. And they tend to her wounds and she'll need more medical attention on our ship. Perhaps she'll help us for a handsome reward, saving her life.
Pardon me, Dame sir. How did you arrive at this location?
Far too. Actually, I forgot what the name of the Ferengi ship was.
He even wrote it in the Bloody Fleet report. I forgot it. Abactor? Something like that?
That's right. Far to a back door. 3 to beam up straight to sick bay.
Oops.
And 3 of them disappear.
That is curious. That vessel was destroyed.
It would appear that we might be experiencing events that might be experiencing the past, Commander.
Vogel,
Is that one?
go ahead and finish it. There's a one coming up.
Is that a standard capability of these crystals?
Although I mended with one of the other variants of these crystals, I am in no means an expert on their capabilities. I recognize some of the powers. My twin, so to speak, showcased some of them. But their entire capabilities I'm still unsure of.
Vogel, fitness medicine, difficulty of 1.
I'll use momentum. Man, did I need that.
As certain thoughts of anger and betrayal kind of enter your mind, you brush them to a side and you feel a cold chill coming down your back as you feel a presence suddenly appear behind you.
I will turn and face it.
As you turn, looking into a mirror, and you come to realization it is Annika.
Does it look like she can actually see me this time?
She tilts her head and looks at you, jolting an energy from her hand, saying the words, "You should not be here," and pushes you. And as you feel intense pain coming out of your body, and Solon, you feel this pain as well as you suddenly jolt out of your coma like state, grasping for air.
Hopefully, you guys heard that.
What is our condition?
Reason medicine, difficulty of 1.
Xenobiology.
Yeah.
Throw momentum at it. I'm fishing.
Okay, 3 momentum for a fish. And they both seem fine.
Take the Orion woman.
Do. Let's find out. Do you want another scan or just one momentum spend?
1 momentum spend.
Boop boop.
Her condition is stable.
Well, everyone's okay, so that's good news. How are you two feeling?
In some discomfort, but it will pass. You are monitoring their all 3 life signs during the meld. How did the Orion woman's life signs change during the meld? Did they decrease at this point?
Tap tap tappa. She'll look up the record.
There was a moment of distress that came from her from a period of time, but then it stabilized.
Stasis still stable. There was a peak of stress, which is not congruent with normal stasis.
Any increase in brain activity and brain waves prior to that? Or change in the metabolic state prior to that?
You're asking if she was dreaming or thinking or conscious.
Not precisely. In the place where we were, Lieutenant Vogel and I observed the Orion woman inject herself with some sort of compound. I'm curious as to if it had caused any change in her in this place.
Computer, no other abnormalities beyond stress increase?
No other abnormalities found.
I would normally attribute that to stasis bad dreams, but maybe she was reliving a bad memory? Not that that should be possible in stasis, but then again, I have a crystal that makes people connect, so here we are.
Indeed, it is unclear what we are experiencing. Whether Lieutenant Vogel has theorized that perhaps we were seeing events that occurred in the past.
I would advise neither of you to come near that crystal or touch it or its container. Since I'm not entirely sure how you got out of that, I'm not sure if you'll be able to repeat it.
We were forced out by an entity, a woman that looked remarkably familiar. And Sloan just raises one of those Vulcan eyebrows and looks at Lieutenant Vogel. Lieutenant looked and said, "I'll allow you to explain."
It was Annika.
Clone, not clone.
And I'll just nod at Sarissa.
Okay.
Pretty sure Desmond's seen her.
Sorry, what was that?
Pretty sure Desmond's seen the clone.
Oh,
not
yeah.
Clone.
It's still more of a, okay, like you saw a person we know is in a different place. Like, cool.
What worries me most, Commander, is the tripody supplies. And how they might be involved in all this.
Indeed, but some of these matters are classified. Let's return to the conference room and contact the captain. Sloan looks at the crewman in the room, ensign, lieutenant, whatever it is. What is his rank, by the way?
That guy, crewman second class.
Crewman, you are under orders not to discuss with anyone other than myself or the captain anything you have seen in this room. Is that clear?
Sure. Yes, sir. Aye, sir. Won't say a thing, sir.
Very well, Lieutenant Dr. Desmond. The same applies to you. Lieutenant Vogel, Lieutenant Sarissa, let's head to the conference room so we can brief the captain on what we've learned.
Yes, sir.
And I'll very gingerly try to stand.
See, if I need to give Vogel a hand, I will.
You're a little disoriented, but you're fine.
So we're not blowing up the crystal.
Yet to be determined.
I'm just letting everyone get safely out of the room. We just need
Lieutenant
a.
Vogel, you are with us as well. She might get tempted to blow up the room while we're.
Oh, so just get the crewman to do it.
So all senior staff are heading back up to the.
Yeah, I'm gonna have. Do we still need the laser?
I don't think so.
Because I'll blow it up, but it seems like we're going down the not blow it up route.
I think we need the laser.
Well, that's likely, but maybe we should leave the option available.
Yeah, I'll leave the laser there. If the GM decides to blow up half our ship with the convenient laser on the crystal that we're just leaving here, then that's not my fault.
Don't worry, you can leave crewman Vori to keep on it. He's a very calm individual.
Oh, I need him to follow me around.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's the lieutenant's new pet.
No. I mean, well, yes, because it means he can get promoted out of crewman second bloody class.
I mean, if he's crewman first class, he's already above second. Or is he
Well,
third?
only today.
Depends on the
Tomorrow
direction that it ranks.
or next week or 2 weeks from now, it'll be probably Leith.
Once we're all there, Salam will instruct operations to establish a secure channel to the captain.
Same channel, so you don't need to make the roll again.
USS Tenshi to Captain Thatton.
That in here, go ahead. Pardon me.
Captain, with the update you, Lieutenant Vogel is returned to us. I will allow her to report on her experiences. Lieutenant Vogel?
Sorry, Captain, I'm not quite sure where to begin.
Okay.
But it would appear that I was experiencing quite possibly the memories of the Orion in sickbay. More specifically, an experiment she was attempting to run on the Zozek crystals. In this, it would appear that she injected herself with a liquefied version of the crystals and tried to infuse herself with the powers that the crystals would give.
Would that explain her abilities then?
I believe it would, yes.
Inform the captain about the other person.
And it would appear that Annika was also a player in this, sir. She tried to kill the Orion before she left the planet, but it would appear that she was recovered by Ferengi in an effort to sell her.
Those would be the two Ferengi that we originally encountered with the Orion, Captain. Since they left the area by being transported to the back door, we surmise that the events happened not too long before we encountered them.
So it's possible they know this planet that she was on. Any idea what is this crystal sapient as we suspect is? Is it Zozek?
Unknown, Captain. My attempt was to
It's a subsect of the Zozek species, or I guess species is the right word. The Zozek refer to the red crystals as the evil ones. Correct me if I'm wrong, Prex.
The dark ones.
They refer to them as the dark ones.
What do you suppose the Zozek will do once they realize the crystal's with us?
I don't think it's the Zozek we would have to worry about, Captain. I think it's these dark ones would probably try to come after it.
Commander Ellis, was it?
Yes.
Are we in a state of hostility with these dark ones, officially or unofficially?
I'm not sure who the dark ones you speak of.
Well, that answers that question. And he'll start looking up to see if there's any standing order about treating the dark ones a certain way, militarily or diplomatically, other than stay the hell away from them. which is usually what you're told when something's really powerful, like First Federation. No, there's no relation. Stay away from them. Don't do anything to them.
Insight plus con. So difficulty of 2.
Oh,
I'm going to spend a momentum on that. Give me any chance of this.
how dare you?
You're not sure of what type of shuttlecraft it was. It's not one that you're familiar with.
Ferengi did mention a crashed ship where they found the Orion. Or a crashed shuttle, rather.
That's why it's of importance that we find these Ferengi or find what information we can out of their shuttle to determine where this planet is. It may have more probative information as to the abhorrent research the Tripolity was up to out here.
Yeah, hopefully we can do some digging and find that out.
If we turn this crystal over to the Zozek, would they ensure it's safe passage?
This is a out of character. The crystal in medbay is red, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a dark one.
Yeah. But there are
Yeah.
subspecies of the Zozek, so it's one of those like, well, to make it not a Federation problem, it's like, well, this is a Zozek problem. You guys figure out what you want to do with them, and maybe you'll give them back to your brother species.
Well, it would. I imagine it would be in Elder's logs after the situation that the Tereshkova was lost defending the Zozek planet from the Dark Ones. Like they're not.
Yeah,
they don't work together.
And we have no way to contact the Dark Ones, as far as I'm aware.
We didn't even know who they were when we did meet them.
No way to contact them. I believe just flying around in their space would get them to attack us.
Well, the thing is, if I remember correctly, we know where Zozek is. We don't know, well, classified information, I know where it is. But it's like, I don't know where, no one knows where the Dark Ones are, other than the Dark Ones. Because I don't think anyone determined where they are, where they're based out of. I don't even think the Zozek know, if I remember right.
No, your only chance, I think, at all would be if any part of the Tereshkova was found. Maybe some of the warp signatures in and out of the system could give you a direction to look in. There might be some data on the Tereshkova's computer that would be a starting point, but that's about all that you'd get, I think.
What about the Ferengi shuttle? Would they have records of their parent ship's navigational records?
I don't think we. Oh.
Well, the Ferengi ship will tell us where the Orion came from, where she crash landed and stuff, but that might not be the Dark One planet. Is the problem? That's just where she was found, where she was when she.
No,
was
they were already the shuttle did not depart the Ferengi mothership from the planet. they picked the Orion up on, that was in deep space. They picked the Orion up and when they still had control of their mothership. It wasn't till after they left that planet that the Orions attacked them and they lost the mothership. So the records would have had to been transferred from mothership to shuttle computers, which is not really a thing that happens a lot.
Yeah, well, it's either on the shuttle computer or it's something that the Ferengi themselves have on them, because I can imagine, like I said earlier, it's one of those things I can imagine Ferengi doing to
What if-
keep information like that.
Or we could go back and try to, if we know where the wreckage is, we could go back and try to find their computer or parts of it.
Or what about a warp signature?
I remember we did a scan of the debris field, and we did salvage what we could. I don't know if we recovered any computer core elements, because they scuttled the ship. But I don't know if we got lucky and found something like a memory core or a backup or black box.
Breach, yeah.
Could we go back and try to determine a warp signature? I don't think we were exactly scanning for one when we originally arrived.
Yeah, because that wasn't our goal. We didn't scan for that at the time.
It's always
You who
possible, but
described
it's unlikely. We those things, we tend to not be able to get much information after several
the-
hours.
The question is, what is the benefit to us to find this research planet?
It's the only two ways we have to get started on finding the dark ones is going to that planet or going to Sozek's planet.
Yeah.
You either have to go to the dark one's planet and just hope that there's something we don't know about there, or we have to go to the Sozek's planet and either try to find out from the Zozek or some part of the Tereshkova's computer if it's still there, or Wolfgang.
Yeah.
Well, I can't even say Wolfgang because I don't know about that.
I would say that the shuttle is a good place to start. We've got it here. We've got access to it. Might as well.
Well, yeah, we could start on the shuttle while we're in transit to somewhere else.
And we should be able to transfer over the prisoner now that there's no risk to Vogel anymore. We can give over the Orion to intelligence and have them interrogate her and and try to get out of her whatever she knows, and fuel us that information or whatever ship's going to be leading this investigation. But it's likely us because we're the ones that ran into it first.
Yeah, it might be useful to get to the research planet to see if we can get into those computers and see if we can get a better idea of what the state of the Orion's research.
Yeah.
That's the current
How-
idea.
Yeah, I see.
How originally there was a way that the Shozek like contacted Vogel over like many light years. Do we know, like out of character, if Vogel can do that?
Her powers were
Back?
taken away from her.
Oh,
And that's why I think you don't have the badge, because that was one of the things the watch would have tried to help you master and try to get back.
Oh yeah, and I know I told him no. I just couldn't remember if
You may have kept. No, I don't know if you kept the badge or not. You're right.
I feel like you put the badge in a box in your room because you were somewhat hiding it because you didn't know it. Like they gave it to you.
I don't remember.
I
I
If I-
don't exactly remember the final conversation I had.
Yeah.
Oh.
with him.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about the final thing. I feel like after you got it on the space station, you put it in a box. I don't know if like you kept it out, like what happened after the Tereshkova.
Right.
I think if I remember correctly, guessing what without going off the top of my head, Wolfgang would have said, if you had it on you, he'd say, just if you don't want to be a member, just hand it over to me and I'll just take it. If you don't have it with you, okay, well, there's a way to just take it to a replicator and have it deatomized, and you can destroy it that way, and it's gone forever. If you want.
Well,
'Cause I
if,
don't think
if we really need Wolfgang, would Admiral Haggard be able to help in any way?
he's currently also in the beta quadrant at the moment.
Yeah, but we actually know how to get a communication to Admiral Haggard.
I'm sure if Vogel absolutely needed to get in contact with Wolfgang, I'm sure there'd be a way.
Yeah, if she made enough noise, they'd probably go, "Hey, that's that former psychic wants to talk to us again. Oh, find her."
If
Good
she's
or
not
bad,
already,
I don't care.
if they don't have agents on the ship already watching her anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that case,
Definitely metagaming here, but
Thatton will say, "All right, so unless there's any there's any objections, I think we're going to turn over our prisoner over to intelligence, and they can debrief her and figure out what she knows. As for the crystal, I don't feel entirely comfortable hanging on, giving it over to the station because that puts everyone on the station at risk. Whereas if it's just us, it's just one ship at risk. I'm not comfortable destroying the crystal if we don't have to because it's a sapient person. Which means we need to figure out how to get it home or at least get in contact with its friends before it's repurposed for whatever machinations the Orion seem to have, the Syndicate seems to have for them. Which means going to the Zozak planet seems like a bit of a goose chase. It seems like we're just running off and hoping we get lucky. But the research planet might have something. So, for station command, unless we have the Ferengi in hand, you're going to have to just continue putting out an APB and find these Ferengi, and whoever captures them, please let us know because we need the information they have. Otherwise, the Tenshi, I'm going to recommend to the Admiral that we send the Tenshi out to the debris field and try to work our way back to the planet, unless we can find some data on the shuttle computer core and we get lucky that way. Or the offices of the original owner, because maybe they put it in there as well. So for now, that's what I'm recommending, unless there's any objections or alternate paths that you think we should take. Because I don't think we want to drop this and leave it alone because we have a persistent problem in the form of the crystal we have aboard, and it can't really travel on its own as far as I can tell, and it hasn't really communicated with us. So it's hard to. We have to presume that it's in some level of distress given what we know.
I would. We know that people, hostile elements, want these crystals to use them for various purposes, and we know that they're willing to go through some quite extreme lengths to get said crystal. Perhaps our intelligence friend here could help us with, reports saying reports either not including the existence of the crystal or saying it's somewhere else.
Oh, misinformation. Make them think that someone else took the crystal.
I would
Ran
quite
for it.
like to not have a fleet chase us down.
And neither would I know. We got lucky last time, where we just happened to have that nebula. I don't know if we're gonna get that lucky every time when they come after us.
Intelligence is in their call even.
Oh, he's there.
What was his expression at that idea?
Oh God. Something weird on a different.
I
form.
will have Miss Veshki transported safely elsewhere under some information in disguise. In terms of getting information out of her, it doesn't seem likely that she'll be woken up anytime soon. Given your report and some of these long and dated reports of the Zozek, I do not feel is in Starfleet's best interest to question her at this time.
So unless she gets a sudden bout of being helpful, I don't. That avenue's closed off to us. But well, it's one less person we have to worry about. Actually, on top of that, Commander, that fleet is just as much after her as they are after the crystal. Actually, that's what they told us.
I'm not even sure that they're after the crystal. They more seemed interested from your report that they're after her.
They might not know the crystal's a thing. Now that I think of it.
Or they do, and saying you're looking for a thing a person has sounds almost like
Yeah.
thievery.
Do we know how the crystal came aboard the Ferengi ship in the first place?
Apparently.
They said they found it with the Orion, if I recall correctly. They turned it over to us as payment of a sort. Also to get rid of it now that I think about it. That's why I suspect the Ferengi know more about that thing and that planet than they let on. But I have higher hopes in our ability to sensor scan a debris field and chase down a warp signature than I am hunting down Ferengi who really don't want to be found. Especially if they're running from the Syndicate of all things.
I don't know. One of them did seem fairly incompetent.
New is the word there, Lieutenant.
When did we lose the Ferengi again?
The minute we boarded, no more than a few minutes after you came and met us at the dock. And I didn't ask for them to be detained until I got up to station ops. So that probably was another 15, 30 minutes at most. I suppose we could try to scan the station and we might get lucky and see where they went ourselves, see something the station didn't see.
I will let you on. The station has been conducting, internal sensor sweeps for Ferengi.
Well, I guess for them would be vessels that left recently, and it's a star base that's relatively busy, so that's a lot of ships.
Commander Ellison, how are you intending to transport your prisoner?
I have 2 vessels that I came here with. One will obviously, I don't want to give too much details away, just in case anything gets compromised, but
Mm-hmm.
leave that in my wheelhouse, and I assure you that she will get to a proper containment facility.
Okay, just want to make sure you're able to transport her without risk of the fleet overwhelming you. But if we do disinformation, we can do disinformation for her and any of her belongings, because we don't have to highlight that it's a crystal. We just have to highlight that we separated her from her personal belongings and moved them in separate directions without giving away that the Tenshi, because the Tenshi has a good reason to turn around and go back the way we came, the Ebon Expanse. The fact that we happen to stop along the way because the captain's nosy is, a thing that we're known for. So it doesn't look all that strange if we stop. So I think that's the plan we're going to go with. I'm going to try to contact who I can in the Admiralty and see if we can get more intelligence than we already have. Because I'm getting the feeling that something this secret is something that I'll have to bug people higher rank than me to try to tell me what the heck's going on so I can effect the mission more appropriately. Let them know that I do in fact need to know.
Captain, do you wish me to allow Commander Ellison access to the ship to take possession of the Orion prison?
Let's escort and correct me if I'm wrong. Some of you may be more familiar with the device than I am, but I believe the stasis pod is something we could move. Or Commander, would you rather you just transport her straight from the stasis pod to somewhere else? Because that was our primary way of containing her, was just putting her in stasis so she can't cognitively do anything or influence her surroundings. Because I don't know if you want to just us to wake her up and hand her over to you in cuffs. I don't think that's the best way to move such a prisoner.
I would prefer her to remain in stasis for the time being, Captain. Though I suspect that the Orions are tracking her somehow. I would like to have my team and a medical personnel examine her for any method of tracking known by use of the Syndicate.
I could assist you in that regard.
All right, we'll do that plan before we start planning on how to move her off, extract her off the ship. No sense moving her around if she's just going to be tracked wherever she goes anyway. So I think we have a plan. So we're going to have her checked by our security's going to check her out, make sure she's clear to move. Once she's moved, we'll see what the Admiralty. I'll pass along whether or not we're going to move out to continue this investigation because I still have to update Admiral Nia on our developments. So
While we're checking her, will Lieutenant Laren be able to go through the logs of the shuttle? It's a long shot, but there might be something there.
if you think you can do it, Lieutenant
I'll
Laren.
try.
All right.
There are examples of shuttles being determinately linked into primary ship systems. It is a sort of similar to a captain's yacht.
I understand what you mean, Lieutenant. We'll pursue that avenue then, and we'll see what if we get lucky. Yes, everyone's dismissed. I will be trying to meet up with the Admiral. So, good luck, everyone.
Oh, we have our duties. She'll get about them. Lieutenant Vogel, I'd like you to stop by sick bay before you go about your duties, just to make sure you are checked out now that we've briefed the captain.
Yes, Commander.
Yes, I'm going with Vogel then.
Lieutenant Laurel, do what you can get out of that Ferengi shuttle. Use what resources you need.
Time to head to sickbay with Vogel and wait for the lovely intelligence commander to show up, or his team, or whoever the heck he was sending.
Alright, we're gonna do the shuttle bay first. Who are you bringing with you? Ah,
Today's pet.
today's pet. Got it. All right, this will be an extended task. Be control or daring plus engineering. Sorry, difficulty 3, work 14, resistance to magnitude of 3. To try to dig up the logs from the Ferengi shuttlecraft to figure out, if there is a potential location or flight logs of maybe from the shuttlecraft if it did exit the ship, at different locations.
Computers
I'll
is a
take
focus. What was the roll?
daring plus engineering because you have to actually kind of hack the computer system to get the logs.
Take a momentum and give Viore a 5 in engineering and a focus in computers. And take a threat.
Somebody needs to roll for Vori. Two individuals are AFK currently.
Can grab him then.
I got it.
Okay.
Ooh. Currently, there's no momentum. As for the complication, it will go up in difficulty for the next task by 4 or by 1. So difficulty 4.
Okay, well, We're just gonna have to do a threat dump. I don't have any resources, so no real choice on that.
So 6 threat.
Yep.
So is Ori going to roll a complication again? You did succeed. No momentum gained. So 1 momentum. There is a momentum. Currently, the 0 work being done. That is 2 work. Definitely goes down, back down to 3. But yeah, you're currently at 2 work. No breakthroughs.
Take 6 threat again.
I am upping the complication range to 4. So count 4. That's 3
That was a
momentum gain.
complication on Fury. I'll buy it off.
So 1 momentum. So you're currently at 1 momentum total. 7 challenge dice. That's 5 work. That is a breakthrough. That lowers the difficulty down to 2. Oops. Game total of 7.
I'm gonna spend a momentum to give Fury a 5 and a focus. And I'm gonna spend 1 threat.
One momentum gain so far. 7 challenge dice. Currently, that is 1 work being done. That's 5. So that is another breakthrough. So total, you're at 13 work. 2 breakthroughs.
My kingdom for momentum.
Sorry, what?
I was just joking, saying my kingdom for momentum. 1 momentum and we could skip a whole roll.
Yeah. It is difficulty 1. Got it. Just need the assist. 2 momentum gained. 7 challenge dice. Just need at least 3 work on the thing. And there's the 3 work. That will complete the work track. And get you the breakthrough you need. Completing the work. Or completing the extended task.
Class L is habitable for a short period of time, but then not like permanently habitable, correct?
It's semi-habitable. It is not something you really want to stay there long enough because it could be
Yeah.
have higher traces of carbon dioxide. It's not really that great for people to live on.
This doesn't actually give a location of the system. All it does is like give basic system information. So we got to go through our star charts to find this, correct?
Yes.
Um, well, then I will send it off to everyone with the highest priority.
That sounds like something I'm going to put on the Vogel docket. Because Vogel's our best con officer. Our con expert.
Yeah, I was just going to send it to Vogel, but then I figured Vogel may not be available, so
Yeah.
just in case I'd tell everybody.
Yep.
And in sickbay, the Vogel is asked to get a minor checkup.
Get out of there.
Yep.
Because that's what the crystal is. Shoot.
Did a thing to make him fit in more. There we go.
Yeah, we don't need to activate a bunch of medical people. Desmond will give the good Vogel a more thorough checkup to make sure everything's okay. There's nothing that the cursory scan earlier didn't produce. Basically doing a "Are you clear for duty?" check.
Make sure my skin's not falling off, etc.
Yeah.
Reason plus
Command.
medicine difficulty.
Oh. Xenobiology.
Yeah.
Buy momentum, because why not? There's no need to fish. We're good.
2 momentum gained, and Lieutenant Vogel checks out just fine, physically.
Mentally?
What we're worried about is
Not so much.
You tried to sick a counselor on me, it didn't work.
But according to her, oh, go ahead.
I'm just
GM.
saying, like that's something for Vogel to speak about. But
All right, Lieutenant, it seems that you are in fine physical health. Is there any lingering memories, or do you feel you have that anything else is wrong or strange about the situation?
All things considered, I feel fine, Doctor.
Very well. I see no reason to hold you any further. You're clear for duty, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Doctor.
She'll enter that into the computer.
And Vogel will head back to the bridge.
As you're heading back to the bridge, you cross near the section of the sickbay. You get the sense that whispers, like faint whisper in your ear that you can't hear, understand. As you pass through sickbay and out the doors.
Yeah, I'll brush it off and continue on my way. Let's not start that again.
As for the other thing, that is gonna remain for another session. So we're going to go back to the captain. As you track down Admiral Nea.
And now to get my promotion. Draw a sword.
Only in the mirror universe.
That's where I'm from, aren't I? Oh, that's a different game. Sorry, my bad. That's for Tuesday. When I meet her, am I like in an office, just me and her, or?
Yeah, you're just in an office between her and you.
Okay. Well, Admiral, here's a write-up of a report of what we've discovered so far. I decided it was best, given the sensitivity of the information, not to pass this even on encrypted channels, but to hand deliver it to you and be present for any clarifications I can give.
Well, I'm glad your officer was able to get out of that unscathed. And was it really necessary to set up a mining laser?
I did advise the lieutenant to be ready to destroy the crystal if the engineer thought it was necessary to bring a mining laser to the situation to bear. Then that's left that to her purview, really. Thankfully, they didn't need to use it. I do not look forward to hearing the complaints of crewmen having to move it back, though. But that's a interpersonal issue. That
Right. Though the ship and the station are still at risk with that crystal on board, I've been told that Starfleet Intelligence sent Commander Ellison to deal with the prisoner transfer.
Yeah, I did a quick verify with Starfleet Security to make sure he was okay. As far as I could tell, he seemed. I mean, he has the old cowboy spirit in him, but otherwise he seems to rub everyone the wrong way. But I found him fine personally. But I get along with everybody these days, apparently.
Perhaps you just didn't get on his nerve.
Or he mine, Admiral.
Or that.
He smiles.
Or that.
So I'm willing to give the prisoner over to him. There's no medical or security reason I have to continue holding on to her. Frankly, the ship and station are safer if she's out of our hands, unless we have, and I have no reason to not give her over, I should say. Even as we speak, he's heading over to make sure that she's not being tracked easily. No need to give the syndicate an easier time.
Yeah, well, it worries me that they're operating this close. Usually they stand closer to the beta quadrant, not this deep into the alpha quadrant.
Well, if I were going to build a secret research base and pry into things I really don't want to be caught prying into, hiding out in the frontier near the Tholians isn't the worst place I'd set up. And these days, the syndicate's been having a rough time as it is. Last I heard, between diplomatic overtures and tactical failings. It's nice to see the Orion Syndicate losing for once in such spectacular fashion. I don't think they'll appreciate that, though.
No, but our worries are lies with dealing with this crystal.
To that end, I've actually been updated, and I tacked that into the pad. But we have a lead where we might be able to find out where this research planet is, and from there we might be able to trace back where the crystal came from and try to return them back to their people. So I think that is the most just thing to do given the distress they're in. I mean, if anyone's going to protect one of them from the syndicate, it's better that their own people deal with it than what we can manage. They are more than capable. Besides which, I'd rather not imperil our guests to the Federation any further than we have. Incidentally,
My more concern is this experimentation. I agree, though, finding this research lab will be a better investigation than even returning the crystal. Figuring out what the Miss Vesky was up to, and her role with the Tripolity from this report. It's highly advantageous to find out what she was up to.
I think the last time we had any information on the Tripolity in this region of space was Andon's landing, and that was like months ago.
I could put someone else on this if you like, but I'll leave it up to your call, Captain. I know you wanted to go out and explore.
As much as I want to get back to the Ebon Expanse, I don't know if I'd be willing to hand this problem off to another ship, save for maybe the Expedition, just simply because they're a larger ship. But other than that, I think we're the best people for the job in this region. I certainly don't want to turn it over to Starbase here, and I don't think it's becoming of a captain to make a captain problem an admiral problem. Much as you might like the exercise, ma'am.
Well, I have business to attend to elsewhere, but you are clear to proceed with this investigation. Any purview route you wish to take, you have my blessing. Let's try to also keep this a little bit, considering there could be very many prying eyes in this matter. Let's try to compromise. Or I cannot say the word now. Sorry, this is a GM fault here.
Maintain discretion, perhaps?
That's the other word I was thinking of, but yes, maintain discretion and keep things in house.
Mm-hmm.
At least for the time being. I don't typically like dealing in secrets, but this one is one that we probably need to keep.
The only demerit I have on the assignment so far, everyone on the Tenshi did well. As far as I could tell, the commander was cooperative and didn't really fight me too much on anything and stay within his purview. I think the commander of the station needs some work on security protocols. His results are, well, unsatisfactory. Is the polite term I'll say, Admiral. Finding two or three Ferengi and failing to do so in the span of an hour is a bit bewildering, but he's not my subordinate, so there's nothing I can do about it. Just thought I'd pass that up the line.
He is a little on the green side. I will give him that, but I will make sure to have him double his efforts on finding the two Ferengi in question.
All right, Admiral. Any other further orders or addendum?
Not this time, Captain, but I do wish you good luck on this investigation.
To you as well, Admiral. Oh, one thing I would like to ask you. I've been trying to look into something for my chief of security, Lieutenant Sarissa. I was wondering if you could do me a favor and see if you can get me access to the ongoing investigation files. I told her one occasion to another that I was going to try to do what I can to help her family, and I want to do everything I can to speed along or aid the investigation. I know it's not protocol, but I'm the elder Cation here, and I should be trying to help her with her family. As much as she's been loyal to the ship, one doesn't forget one's kin very easily. And that's not something I want her worrying about.
Is that for Sarissa?
Yep.
You need to remind me of that plot point because I keep forgetting about that as a GM. I will put. I'll have my yeoman look into it.
Thank you, Admiral.
You're dismissed, Captain.
He nods and carries on to head back to the Tenshi. He has no reason to stay away now.
And with that, we will bring the session to